All right, good morning everyone. I hope you're having a great Unreal Fest so far. Looks like a pretty good turnout today. My name is Kevin. I lead one of the rendering teams at Epic.
And my name is Jarosław. I am expert engine Cortec engineer at CD Projekt Red, and I'm super excited to be here with Kevin to bring some developer outlook on the topic.
So today we will be taking you behind the scenes of the Witcher 4 Unreal Engine 5 tech demo, which you hopefully saw yesterday. Actually, raise your hands. Who saw this thing yesterday?
Nice.
All right, you've come to the right session for sure. So our main focus today is the performance aspect of the demo, both from the CPU and the GPU side. We'll talk about some new things we did for the demo, and also some general good practices, and hopefully you take away a lot of knowledge of how to get your large open world game to run at 60 FPS on current gen consoles. So here's what's in store for us today. We'll give you a peek at the goals we set up for ourselves at the start of the project to give some context. We'll talk about some of the frame budgeting philosophy, and then move into the details on the key CPU and GPU improvements and how those were implemented in the demo. But first, let's hear a little bit about the collaboration behind the demo.
Yeah, we have been given the great opportunity to combine the best of both worlds, the technical expertise at our friends at Epic with our experience at CD Projekt Red in building big, dense, open-world games.
So we've essentially worked as one large team, coming up with solutions together, reviewing each other's work, and generally fought hard to make this into an awesome demo for you guys, but also to improve the engine along the way.
The collaboration was a win-win scenario. Our teams worked together, and because of that, we were able to achieve things that we couldn't if we were separated. Without the groundwork done by Epic Engine core teams, we wouldn't be able to build all the game systems that were necessary to bring demo to life. During the sessions, we're gonna talk that we did things together, and we're gonna with you indistinctively. But the credits has to go where the credits are due, and to the both sides, because the work was very collaborative.
So what is this demo exactly? Well, it's an open world tech demo running on PS5 at 60 FPS with all the latest Unreal Engine 5 features. We've done some awesome demos in the past to showcase Unreal Engine, but now was the time to really push the core of the engine and focus on that 60 FPS in performance in general. Note that this demo showcases the current tech of the current state of the tech, and it's not the final representation of the Witcher 4 game.
We aimed at 60 FPS because it strikes a balance. On one hand, it creates much smoother appearance than lower 40 or 30 FPS. On the other, it still gives us plenty of room for stunning visuals. We wanted to reach it on the current gen consoles so we can make sure that it's attainable on the hardware and displays widely available in our living rooms. The key goal of the demo was to bring the hardware ray-traced global illumination for specular and diffuse lighting in 60 FPS, so we can support the dynamic day and night cycle and moving objects in reflection in really high details. We wanted to build a technical backbone for building dense dynamic forest with all needed pipelines to support it along all the render passes, with all the pipelines to alter the asset and assemble the scene. We especially focused on spruce trees. It is not only because it's one of the most common tree types in a Witcher home country, but also because this is one of the most challenging tree species we can have. We knew that we have to be able to build it at scale. The demo run showcases just a fraction of the world we built, of the world we created. We built up the forest up to horizon with many organic, beautiful environment spots. But we still have been able to provide a hitch-free experience to fulfill this roaming Witcher fantasy we have, where the technical limitations do not interfere with the joy of the Kelpie ride. So when we finally approach the Vardrest, we can present you with the place that seems to have a life of its own, where the Ciri is just a visitor, but she still can cross her paths with NPCs' daily routines. We knew it will be only possible if we will focus on better hardware utilization. We spent a lot of time on removing things from the critical path and running them asynchronously, but also in parallel. We have been working on the technical demo, but the technology we are trying to build is meant for a full-fledged Witcher game. So we had to ensure that we know how we will be able to scale into full gameplay features. We built with consoles limitation in mind, but all the changes we did will benefit PC or any future hardware. So how we approach that? When you build an open world experience, one of the most important concepts is budgeting. When running at 60 FPS, we have just 16.6 milliseconds to simulate the scene. We have 16.6 milliseconds to prepare the data for the GPU, and then 16.6 milliseconds to render the scene in the best quality we possibly can. Our role as engineers is to help our gameplay and art departments to understand the scene they are trying to build, on what engine features they should focus so they can magnify the artistic vision they have without sacrificing the image quality and frame rate. In case of our demo, we can recognize at least two major scene types. The first one is cover wilderness. It is full of natural moving foliage, full of details, density, with gorgeous lighting and crisp shadows. It heavily relies on volumetric effects for immersion to evoke the sense of wonder. But it's also a significant part of the long vista shot in the world that has to invite you to explore. We had to be able to build it at scale, carefully balancing handcrafted areas with offline and runtime PCG scattering. We had to ensure that the traveling is not the chore, but rather a smooth experience. The second scene type we have is our well-dressed market. The whole area is with much shorter vision range. We focus there on NPC, on the quality of the animation, and the simulation of their daily routines. We want to ensure the quality of animation allows us to present them and put them into situations where we can have dynamic interactions. But the tech demo is not only about balancing those features and picking battles, it's also about pushing for things that we couldn't afford before. Sometimes due to hardware limitations, sometimes due to limitation of the implementation itself. To make that happen, we prepared a lot of the tech that will be showcased on AnnuFest on Orlando, and I highly recommend at least those 3 talks that will go deeper into things that we wouldn't be able to explore today. But now, I would like to take you behind the scene of our most CPU-intensive frames, where we have our market beat with 300 NPCs. But the topic, it's gonna be very complex, and we won't be able to get into a lot of details. I will showcase the Annual Insight frame, but the frame itself won't tell you much. Before we jump into those details, I will try to make a short breakdown with high-level approach, what you're gonna see in the final picture. I will start with those threads. Every line represents single thread of execution. And we also will have our GPU that renders the scene. In case of our demo, we run configuration in which game thread is simulating frame number n. Render frame is frame behind with n-1, and GPU runs 2 frames behind. This setup was needed for us to ensure that we handle any unexpected 1-frame hitch that you can always expect in open world games. But diving into game frame execution. Everything starts with QTix. It handles execution orders, kickstart all the game systems that need to run this frame. And immediately, our demo execution separates execution in 2 ways. We have classical game thread objects update, but also at the same time, we span dozens of game update state tasks that run concurrently on the worker threads. Those tasks govern logic of the demo, AI behavior, smart objects interactions, and are even responsible for ticking skeletal meshes. With skeletal mesh updates, time comes for animation update. And to finish animation update, we have to inject finalization tasks back into the game thread to synchronize the state with all other engine systems. With root motion extracted from those animations, now we can combine it with pathfinding information. We can combine it with pathfinding information that will interleave with animation evaluation process. It doesn't have to wait for all animation to finish. And once again, to finalize that process, we inject finalization tasks back to the game thread. Now, time comes for game thread system updates. We still rely on quite a few game thread bound systems like streaming, PCG generation, and timer manager. And finally, game simulation ends with end of frame update, where we prepare all the data that is needed to send to the GPU, and we kickstart next frame. But now, we will start process and preparing the data on the render thread side. starting with just received data from the game thread, all the updates we got. Next, we update the visibility, lumen, we update the GPU data for our primitives, and we start building render dependency graph. We execute a bunch of ray tracing related processing tasks that once again can run in parallel. And finally, we execute RDG that will span dozens of parallel execution tasks. If we look at this frame from the perspective of just that slide, it all seems quite straightforward. But we omit here a lot of the details. Some of the things are hidden behind the abstraction, and we don't include here things like asynchronous loading, audio system, or texture streaming, or physics. We wouldn't be able to fit them all in such a simplified slide. The full frame with all important information looks more like that. So I am really hopeful that you are already familiar with Unreal Insight, and with the context of the bit we just did, I will try to retrace my steps and go through the frame once again. So we have our QTix. In case of our demo, it manages 2,500 of the ticking objects across all those threads. It was possible due to changes to Tick Task Manager that added better support for worker thread ticking objects. And we handle state update. To handle state update, we heavily rely on mass systems. It is responsible for things like LOD changes for NPC, pathfinding, smart objects interactions. But special attention deserves mass to anim_next translator. This processor, it's not only governs the update for the skeletal meshes, but also it replaces a tick behavior for our crowd skeletal meshes. It is responsible for ticking over 800 skeletal meshes each frame. To evaluate animation, we are relying on Unreal Animation Framework, or as it was previously known, anim_next. It is responsible for evaluating over 400 animation graphs for our skeletal meshes, with around 54 milliseconds of parallel work and just 2.6 milliseconds of finalization tasks on a game thread. And once again, I recommend dedicated session for this. Coming next, Mover, with simulation in parallel and just 1.3 milliseconds of finalization tasks on a game thread, with yet another reminder that there is a talk that you should definitely see on the topic. And we end game frame with end of frame updates. The implementation was overhauled, and now it should scale much better with CPU core count. For rendering update, I will just point out skeletal mesh update optimization. With processing removed from critical path, we have just around 3 milliseconds of processing on the render thread side for all the crowd-related skeletal meshes. The whole demo uses ray tracing. So to be able to catch up with our fast-moving scenes where we have around 20,000 primitives and hundreds of thousands of instances, we had to ensure that the gathering and the processing of data is up to the task. The execution was removed from the critical path and now run in parallel. Changes were made to increase render dependency graph processing capabilities. And again, especially worth noting, parallel command list translations. With over 16 milliseconds worth of work, we would be RHI bound if those changes wouldn't be implemented. With 13 CPU cores available for us on the console, here each is represented as a color where basically the color represents occupancy of the given CPU at that specific moment. We reached around 87% utilization of all available cycles. Of course, we still have room for improvement. At the beginning of the frame, we cannot too late saturate workers with tasks. And again, during physics, we wait for those final animation and movement updates to finish before we go to the next stage of the frame. And finally, there is this short space when we submit, where we have RHI submission tasks. Nothing interleaves with that. But going back to our frame, how we can put the gameplay into that specific frame. In this scenario, we have actually on the game thread around 2 milliseconds worth of waits on our critical path as we wait for those animations and movement finalization tasks. Combining it with 13% of the CPU utilization left, we can redirect some of those cycles into limited gameplay functionality, pushing the animation evaluation towards this gap that we have during physics. But if we change the balance of the crowd a bit, if we just see 200 instead of 300 NPCs, we greatly reduce the game frame time to just 11.5 milliseconds. As we reduce the number of evaluated animations and we remove the real NPCs and just simulate so-called stubs. If we count all the empty spaces that we have during the frame, it's like 1 millisecond worth of waits, and at the end we actually have 5 milliseconds left before our 16.6 millisecond limit surpasses. And actually, if you look at the whole CPU utilization, it gets lowered to 60%. We have those 4 quite a big gaps that we see, that we represent here on the presentation. And we believe we can build much more complex gameplay systems due to those additional cycles. We see this as a good prognosis that what we build has a room to grow, and we have some ideas how we can implement much deeper gameplay systems.
All right, let's take a look at what we did to achieve 60 on the GPU on a current gen console with Lumen using hardware ray tracing for both global illumination and reflections. And we made it even more challenging by adding a dense dynamic forest into the mix, all rendered with brand new nanite tech. So now that you have Unreal Insights seared into your retinas from that last section, let's take a look at some more Unreal Insights. Let's start with a very important topic for performance, profiling. So profiling and knowing your data is key for understanding how to optimize. This begins with having all of the data. So with 5.6, we bring you a brand new GPU profiler backend, which is more accurate and can report much more data to Unreal Insights. So this screenshot here shows you 2 GPU tracks in Unreal Insights, where you might have been used to only seeing 1. Top one is the graphics queue. This is what you were used to. And the bottom one is the asynchronous compute queue. So this was not possible to display before, and it wasn't really telling the whole story then, but now it is. Another new feature are these red arrows showing dependencies between selected events. So you can clearly understand the flow and scheduling of GPU events between queues throughout the frame. The improvements here aren't limited to Unreal Insights either. Like, you'll get better GPU reporting from Stat GPU and Profile GPU, or you'll be able to see weights and other timings instead of just the raw executed time. So if you're not using Unreal Insights for GPU profiling, this is the time to start. And let's talk about this asynchronous compute, or async compute as I'm going to call it. The very basic explanation is that you can optionally launch compute work on a separate queue next to the graphics queue. This will give the GPU a chance to overlap compute with graphics work when there's room for both. And oftentimes there is room, since shaders are never really scheduled with 100% resource utilization. So this gives us a way to shorten the overall frame by going a little wider. Now with this crash course in our bag, let's compare a frame with and without the async compute enabled. So at a quick glance, we see that this gives us about 1.5 milliseconds back in total. Not bad. And if we start looking a little closer, we can see that many of the passes that we offload to async compute start at very different locations in the frame, and they run for much longer. But that's okay, as we're now running together with other things. We're overlapping this work. This makes it harder to compare the cost of individual passes, of course, since they kind of grow and they overlap with other things. So if you want to profile individual passes and know how long they take, you still have to disable async compute for this. You can also see that this allows the queues to start at different points, meaning some of the work of this frame could have started overlapping work from previous frames. And that way we can utilize the GPU to its fullest, even at the very end of the frame, where it's typically hard to find meaningfully overlapping work. So now, for this particular demo, what's new? So if we zoom in a little bit, we can see this part here, where we now run the GPU skink cache jobs on the async compute queue. That's the underlined at the bottom there. And as the arrows show, this work overlaps with the previous frame post-processing, where we didn't really have anything to overlap before. We also offloaded a few more things to the async compute queue, like the wind simulation, and we actually ended up moving lumen reflections back to the graphics queue, which in our case saved us time because we didn't have enough stuff to overlap with. So that's a lesson to simply not throw everything at the async compute queue, because if there's nothing to overlap with, it can actually backfire and cost you some extra. So it's important that you profile your particular setup, and you can now do that with a new GPU profiler. So, recommended that you take a look at how things are scheduled in your particular case, with your particular content. It might be different from what we've set up the defaults to be. And a lot of the rendering features have CVARs to control the disable async compute. So you can actually play with this yourself and look at insights now to see how things are scheduled. Note that not every GPU supports this, but all the newer GPUs, new consoles, most previous gen consoles, et cetera, do. So it's a pretty good idea to have a look. All right, now it's time for some features. At the beginning of the project, right, we saw it was pretty obvious that rendering foliage the old way wasn't really an option. As the team were facing pretty tough requirements with high density forests in an open world with quality never seen before, all running at 60 FPS on a PS5. So let me first explain here how the old way didn't really cut it. So Nanite doesn't like alpha mask geometry, as it introduces overdraw in addition to having to execute a potentially expensive opacity mask function. Also, we don't want to be forced to render foliage as flat cards now that we know what Nanite is capable of complexity-wise. So what about triangles then? Well, imagine hundreds of thousands of pine needles modeled as geometry. That would cause suboptimal cluster culling and poor simplification in the distance with today's Nanite. I know we have the preserve area option on the mesh to combat some of this, but it isn't perfect. And also, if these are all unique triangles in a tree, the assets on disk would be absolutely massive. And for wind, we used to rely on world position offset in the material to move leaves and branches. I'm sure many of you are doing that right now. It's pretty common. Well, it's not a great match for Nanite either, since it adds per vertex calculations and forces suboptimal cluster bounds. Since we don't know how a material will move the vertex, we have to be very conservative in how those bounds are set up. So what's the solution? Well, the team embarked on a lengthy research effort and ended up with this: an all-new rendering pipeline within Nanite to enable rendering fully modeled trees down to the individual pine needle, while also scaling to large open worlds, be memory efficient, performant, highly dynamic, and without the need for LODs, the Nanite way. So, to combat disk size constraints, the new Nanite assemblies feature allows us to build up a tree out of a set of instance branches, which means we can have very large trees with very detailed quality at the same time. In the distance, Nanite will start rendering voxels instead of triangles seamlessly to solve the problem of rendering dense and dynamic aggregate triangle meshes. These voxels are imperceptible to the eye as they will be pixel-sized. And wind is simulated through a bone hierarchy, as these are skeletal meshes. No more world position offset, and we can use fixed function Nanite with optimal cluster bounds. So here's a brief demonstration of a tree created and rendered with this tech. This is the pine tree we showcased in the demo up close. We call this the hero tree. And as you can see, going from up close with individual pine needles to far away is seamless. And while you can't tell, it's actually rendered using voxels once Nanite clusters become small enough. So this allows us to keep that volumetric tree look and not have to resort to billboards or LODs or anything baked in the distance. And here it is again in its full glory. It's made out of 41 million total triangles across 12 instance assembly parts, with a total of over 2,000 of these assembly parts instanced. And all that with 850 bones in the skeleton. And to the left here, you can see 2 examples of what an assembly part might look like for this tree. And you just use these parts to build up the tree. And let's look at some numbers from the demo. So this here is the vista shot of the forest that you saw in the demo. In this vista shot, we are rendering about 20,000 trees with a source triangle count in the billions, right? But it doesn't really matter because this is all nanite. Across the whole valley, we scattered over 100,000 trees and shrubs across 28 species and multiple biomes. And tree assets actually range from the 1 million to above 10 million triangles in the general case. They're a little bit smaller than the hero tree. And they have several hundred skeletal bones, depending on the species and the size of the tree, of course. And this is where nanite assemblies really help, as we can reuse branches and twigs to build up a tree. And the wind simulation is driven by a wind compute shader, which runs wind procedurally and applies it to the skeletal bones. In this shot, we're updating about 100,000 bones, which takes about 0.1 milliseconds on the GPU, so it's very fast and scalable. And animation stops being applied automatically on trees below a certain screen size, which effectively brings the wind pretty far out into the distance for better immersion. This also applies to grass and shrubs, which are also skeletal meshes. So a little disclaimer here before we move on. Since this tech needs a little more time in the oven, it isn't coming with 5.6, but will instead soon drop into UE5 mainline in preparation for 5.7. So the early birds out there could give it a try on GitHub. And once ready, though, we plan on supporting it with great example content directly downloadable from Fab, so you can start playing with it when available. And while we're on the topic of nanite, I'd like to drop some performance tips and tricks that helps us along the way on this project. So nanite renders a lot of its triangles using software rasterization in compute. That's kind of the secret sauce. So we're not bound by the hardware requirements of having to calculate derivatives using a 2x2 pixel helper lane. What we do is we figure out if the material can safely use analytical derivatives instead, and therefore skip launching any of these helper lanes. And this can drastically reduce the number of pixel shader invocations in your frame, but only if your material can support this. And you can check what objects are contributing to launching these helper lanes with this debug view mode here. And nanite stats will also show you the number of helper lanes that you have going on. And getting this close to 0 is the goal. Also, whenever possible, try to avoid making your nanite materials programmable. This is when you are using material features which aren't supported in the fixed function fast path of nanite, like masked, world position offset, or pixel depth offset. You can easily see what is taking the fast path or not using this debug view mode here, pixel programmable. And be careful with nanite tessellation. It's not free. And make sure you set up your displacement range in the material that fits the actually intended displacement. Otherwise, you're just expanding the bounds of these clusters more than necessary. In this demo, we actually only use nanite tessellation for the landscape. And in general, you want your meshes and materials to support nanite as much as possible where it makes sense. So be on the lookout for objects which might not have been set up correctly for that, and you can use the nanite mask view mode. So green is good in this case, and there's some water there which doesn't support it, and some Niagara birds. All right, that's it for nanite. Let's look at Lumen and hardware ray tracing. So here's a shot in the village showing what the ray tracing scene instances look like. We keep the near field loaded to up about 150 meters, which includes landscape, foliage, static, and dynamic geometry. We have a ray tracing geometry pool budget of about 400 megabytes, but mostly peak around 300. And we budgeted for half a millisecond roughly in ray tracing scene updates on the GPU, and it's all running on async compute. And so that's the near field up to 150 meters. What do we then do beyond that? Well, that's the far field, and it's a separate set of proxies far away that we use for tracing faster rays over longer distances. This is set up as a separate top-level acceleration structure, so we can start by tracing the near field here and be smart about it, and then decide if we need to go further into the far field. It contains only static geometry, so we don't have to update it every frame, and typically this is stuff like HLOD or landscape or larger set pieces in general. And in Lumen, we can actually make use of the far field as an optimization. So we've introduced a mode where we can trace only for occlusion in the far field and not have to pay the cost for lighting those hits. So in the village, we have another challenge, animated characters, and there are a lot of them. We can't simply keep them static, right? Because they would be T-posed in the RT scene and it would mismatch what we see. So what we do is we stagger the updates to about 40,000 dynamic triangles per frame. And we update the most important characters only, and these are the ones nearby. So we know that by adding more characters to the scene, we don't blow the budget as they come on screen. Under the hood, there were several other improvements in this area as well. So running the GPU skin cache on the async compute is one I mentioned earlier. Another one is actually tying the GPU skin cache to the ray tracing scene updates. That way we don't spend cycles filling up the skin cache with meshes we're not going to use. And landscape, it's also a pretty big part of the dynamic instances, as you can tell from this debug view here. Like they're green as well as the characters. It's actually a pretty large chunk of the dynamic instance budget, so it has its own time-sliced update on LOD changes, and in general, we have a lower LOD for the landscape as well, so it's faster to trace and faster to update. As the dynamic budget is very tight, we opted to not animate the trees in the ray tracing scene. So to make tracing the forest and allowing for the right amount of light occlusion, we created a special path for building ray tracing proxies for foliage specifically. And this effectively takes the source mesh and generates a triangle cloud to match the occlusion density needed for indirect lighting. So for the 41 million triangle hero tree, that can end up with as few as 225 triangles in the ray tracing representation, which does what we need for the lighting and the occlusion, but it's obviously not going to look great in a mirror reflection because you would see those triangles there. But for our purposes of hitting 60 FPS on current gen consoles with a massive forest, this is a pretty good compromise. And even on water reflections, actually, it looks all right because there's always some movement in there, normal maps and waves. So here I highlight the main Lumen passes. So we got Lumen scene lighting, Lumen screen probe gather, Lumen reflections, just to get an idea of where Lumen contributes to the frame here. And this is with async compute disabled, so you actually see the real kind of sizes of these boxes. And there are a few more. These are updating Lumen cards. There's a second Lumen reflection pass inside of single layer water, and I also included the ray tracing scene update here. And as you can see, Lumen and hardware ray tracing are central parts of the frame budget, and there's a lot of performance to be gained here by paying attention to your content and setting it up properly. Let's look at a few performance pitfall examples and how we solve them. So here's a view in Valdrest, the village, with various reflective puddles. It's not an uncommon view, and Lumen can trace dedicated hardware-accelerated rays for each reflective pixel, which can be very expensive, especially on platforms and graphics cards that don't have all that much ray tracing power. So the solution here is to set up an appropriate roughness threshold. This means that roughness values of your materials above a certain threshold will, instead of tracing the expensive rays, fall back and get the data from the Lumen radiance cache, which is much less detailed, but also much faster. And here's what that looks like. We got a 0.4 threshold versus a 1, which is no threshold effectively. It's pretty much imperceptible difference, but well worth being 3 times faster in this example. There's also the option to set up separate thresholds for foliage, because you might have different considerations for that type of content. So you can easily figure this out by looking at the debug view modes to show pixels that are actually tracing the expensive path. You can also look at the Lumen reflection passes in Unreal Insights now to see if they're expensive or not. I guess that's the most important bit to look at. And another one worth mentioning here is the water reflections on single layer water shading model. So there's a large chance that your game or project has water in there, and we actually always trace these dedicated expensive rays on water. So what's easy to forget here is that we're also lighting what's underneath the water. You can't see it here, but there's stuff under here. When the passes before, we actually render that, we light it, and then we just put water on top, and we render that, and we light that as well. And what's even worse is, obviously, your materials around the water, under the water, are typically very wet. So they will be below that roughness threshold, again, triggering those expensive reflections from last example. So we introduced an optimization here where you can provide a depth value where water is considered opaque. And we can call all Lumen contributions under that, making for significant optimizations in deeper waters. So this is the mask where we don't calculate the lighting below water. And in this shot, we save well above a millisecond because pretty much all the water is deeper than the threshold. But obviously, if this was shallow water, like a river or a creek up the mountain, this optimization wouldn't apply. So don't forget to profile your content here. All right, as we leave this section, I want to touch on Lumen hardware versus software tracing. It is particularly important to differentiate between the two, since both approaches fundamentally trace against different representations and have different feature sets. It's really difficult to author lighting for everything once and just have it work out of the box for both paths. And since hardware ray tracing is what we consider to be the future of Lumen, we've gone all in on optimizing that to be usable on consoles on 60 FPS. And there are also several improvements in hardware over software. Other than the higher quality, we can trace skeletal meshes. You're no longer reliant on the static distance field, so you can remove those and save a ton of memory. So the choice should be pretty clear, right? At least we do recommend hardware ray tracing going forward. And as proof of our claims, other than this demo, of course, we have been shipping hardware ray tracing Lumen on current-gen consoles in Fortnite since last December at 60 FPS. So whether you're getting started or are looking to switch a project from software to hardware tracing, I highly recommend our Lumen and hardware ray tracing performance guides in our official documentation. These are packed with good stuff. So with that said, 5.6 brings a very long list of Lumen optimizations, far too many for me to go through in this session. So we'll leave it at that for now, but you can go to the release notes and read about all of it. Virtual shadow maps go hand in hand with Nanite, and we've been hard at work at optimizing shadow map rendering for large open world dense forest games. First of all, Nanite voxel representation already helps here because it's also fast to render in the shadow maps. On top of that, there are several other bespoke optimizations which help out in more dynamic scenes. One big one we call receiver masks. It's essentially creating a tighter culling by subdividing each VSM page into 64 tiles. And in this shot, it brings the Nanite VSM shadow depth cost down significantly. And it doesn't really change any of the visuals, so you don't have to worry about it. It's just faster. And for trees, as I mentioned before, we automatically stop animating them in the distance based on screen size. So we can actually make use of this in the shadow rendering by making the non-animating trees statically cached, so we don't have to keep rendering them when they're really far away. We've added a few more tricks to VSM when it comes to automatically balancing quality and performance, like automatically lowering the VSM quality in areas that are out of focus from depth of field. And this helps greatly to lower the cost and make room for higher quality effects in cinematic conversations, for example. As you can see here, all the blur in the background, you don't need the highest quality shadows there potentially. And since it's hard to control every single frame in an open world game, we often see some areas being more expensive than others. This is especially true for shadow rendering, as it's dependent on a lot of factors like sun angle, how close to the shadow receivers you are, and many more things. Normally, to compensate for this, we use dynamic resolution, which works well to absorb temporary expensive parts of the frame. The downside is that if the shadow rendering becomes expensive, the whole frame lowers resolution to compensate, which is not always a fair trade-off. So we've introduced a VSM throttling system where only the VSM quality will lower when going over shadow budgets. This way we can keep things crisp in the general case and mitigate performance issues stemming from VSM, specifically when needed. So last item I'll mention on VSMs is to give some love to the non-nanite skinned meshes. So this is an optimization where we simply recompute the mesh bounds at runtime inside of the GPU skin cache shader. Since we're already touching all those vertices there anyway, we can just make the bounds up and send them to the next pass. And this leads to significantly more optimal bounds, and it's independent from the content, which is great because now it just kind of works. And there's been a whole host of not so visible general optimizations as well to shave off costs where it matters, especially when it comes to dynamic time of day and dynamic scenes. So we are working very hard to shift the core philosophy of VSM perf, mainly being about static caching, to being able to perform out of the box with dynamic time of day scenes as well. All right, so what about performance when it comes to resolution then? So how does TSR fit into all of this? Let's take a look at the resolution through the pipeline here. So this is a totally vanilla frame with no upscaling or fancy resolution tricks. Very simplified, of course. Most of the frame is hidden away in that geometry box to the left. So the x-axis here, you can see it at the bottom. It shows the GPU frame, how it flows towards the right. The height of the boxes denote the resolution. Things will not be fully to scale here, but it's for demonstration purposes, of course. So let's save some perf here by rendering most of the frame at a lower resolution and introduce TSR to upscale. This is a pretty standard setup. We'll call this the primary resolution. And this is great. Now we can actually render even more stuff in our scene as nanite and virtual shadow maps scale with primary resolution. But let's say we have a large open world game with frame times that vary a lot across the world. It's almost impossible to optimize every single frame in your dynamic game to perform exactly the same. So we introduce dynamic resolution instead of a fixed primary resolution. So dynamic resolution helps you to even out the bumps and keep your frame rate in budget. It doesn't solve any of the hitching, potentially, as it only looks at historical frame costs, but you can configure the headroom in the dynamic resolution if you want to leave room for more hitching. We ended up setting a dynamic resolution range of 800 to 1080p, and these are not entirely arbitrary numbers. For one, your max resolution determines the memory usage of all your screen buffers, but more importantly, TSR can't upscale endlessly, of course. So 2x upscaling is a pretty good spot for TSR. And if we look at this now, as you can see here, after TSR, we still run a bunch of passes at full final output resolution, in this case 4K, and that's pretty expensive. So let's introduce secondary screen percentage. So this is where we use TSR to upscale to a lower resolution than the final output resolution, let's say 1440p instead of 4K. Then we run all those end of frame passes at that slightly lower resolution instead. And this saves you a lot more than just, the TSR pass cost. And as a final step here, to get to 4K, we do a spatial upscale from 1440p to 4K. And this is roughly the setup we use for the demo. So let's compare the cost with and without this secondary screen percentage. So to the left here, TSR goes from 1080 to 4K, and thus runs all of those end of frame passes at the more expensive 4K resolution. On the right, we upscale from 1080 to 1440. We do these passes at 1440, and then we upscale to 4K before the UI. So in this case, it saves us almost a whole millisecond. In a 16.6 millisecond frame, that's pretty big. So quality obviously does take a hit, but it's a better hit than letting your dynamic resolution absorb this cost. If you reduce the primary rendering resolution, you'll probably end up dropping below that 2x ideal TSR upscale and have worse quality. All right, so you might be asking yourselves, with all these new features, the right settings for upscaling and resolution and dynamic resolution, are we hitting a solid 60? Yes, but let's talk about hitches. So as I mentioned before, dynamic resolution works by measuring the cost of past frames to determine the resolution we need to keep the next frames in budget. So if there's suddenly a frame with an outsized cost, it's not going to have time to react and mitigate, so we run the risk of dropping a frame. And if this happens regularly, it can negatively impact the experience and make it feel inconsistent. This is what we call hitching. And the source of these hitches on the GPU can be a number of things, like spawning expensive effects or some larger buffer reallocation. And a very common one is camera cuts, because we rely on previous frame data to effectively do occlusion culling. And if the camera swaps to some other random view, we lose all that data, and we have to render a lot more things with a lot more overdraw. Cinematics and conversations are typical examples of this, like this one where this merchant gets devoured by the manticore. And to combat this, we've introduced a system which will prime the lost data after a camera cut with lower resolution data from the ray tracing scene. This way, we don't simply resort to nothing after a camera cut, but instead have at least something to fall back on. So the images here, they show the nanite overdraw debug view mode in the one frame after a camera cut. And as you can see, we have a much more healthy situation after priming it. It's still not perfect. I mean, this should be much cooler, ideally, but it's much better than this without the priming. So if you're interested in hitches, or rather the removal of hitches, I highly recommend checking out Ari's talk here at Unreal Fest this afternoon. And with that, we've reached the end. I thank you all for listening, and we also thank the whole team who worked incredibly hard on this demo to make all these improvements possible.
And I would like to thank Kevin and our friends at Epic for inviting me here today.
Yep. I think we've pretty much run out of time on this stage today. So we will be available at the Dev Hub after a short break. If you have any questions, come to talk to us. We'll answer everything. That's it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, hope you're enjoying On Your Fest so far. Thank you for joining my On Your Fest session, Subculture Rendering and Calculations in Mongil Star Dive. My name is Hyunggu Kim, and you can call me Michael, and I'll be your speaker today. I'm currently working as a technical artist and visual enhancement task force leader at Netmarble Monster. I've contributed to projects such as Samurai Jack, Battle Through Time from Adult Swim, Naruto to Boruto Shinobi Striker from Bandai Namco, and Grand Saga, and more. I work across 4 areas as a technical artist, a computer graphics engineer, on client-side system, mainly gameplay and action logics, and on VFX. In today's session, I'll walk you through several rendering techniques I developed during the Mongil Star Dive project, which is built on a deferred rendering pipeline. Before we begin this session, I'll introduce you about the meaning of the word subculture. The word subculture that I will use in this presentation is commonly used word in Korean games and are characterized by a Japanese anime-inspired art style, a strong emphasis on narrative, and focus on collectible, character-centered gameplay. These games often foster tight-knit communities that form and grow organically around the game itself. Here's what I'll be covering today. GGX render equations for subculture rendering, bit separations, and SDF shadow projection, environment, and light enhancement. I think most of you already know the difference between forward and difference rendering pipelines, but I briefly introduce them for better understanding in the context of my presentation. Forward rendering is object-based. It collects and renders each object separately, writing directly to the frame buffer and composing them one by one. On the other hand, deferred rendering is more of a collective method. It gathers the necessary information for rendering the entire scene into a G buffer and then renders everything at once in a later pass. The rendering pipeline for this project is based on a deferred rendering architecture. Deferred rendering architecture has both advantages and disadvantages, and addressing those disadvantages becomes one of the key tasks to overcome. So the first agenda, GGX equations in diffuse term. One of the key challenges in physically based rendering, especially in a subculture style project featuring many toon stylized animation-inspired heroines, is the high risk of falling into the uncanny valley. If the style leans too heavily toward realism, it can become unsettling or unnatural. On the other hand, if it's too stylized or toon-like, it risks becoming overly simplistic and losing artistic depth. So what I needed to do was take the strength of realistic rendering, like accurate light behavior and surface interaction, and reinterpret them through a stylized, toon-oriented framework, which means the rendering style and light calculation I was aiming for lies somewhere between realism and toon. If I use standard physically based rendering, the character's appearance would look somewhat unnatural and falling into uncanny valley. So I had to create a custom rendering approach that could deliver a more aesthetically rich and stylized result. The original PBR rendering was unsuitable for the project due to those reasons. However, by combining all the necessary equations in the pre-pass to create a stylized subculture rendering, and then adjusting the values in the post-processing step, I was able to achieve a balanced and visually rich result. Within the rendering equation, several sub-equations are used to achieve aesthetically pleasing results, such as GGX equations, spherical harmonics, and microfacet distributions. Some of these are used in their entirety, while others are selectively applied through specific components. So this is one of that equations, which is the GGX equation. If you're a computer graphics engineer or a technical artist, you might be already familiar with it. It's also implemented in Unreal Engine, and the original purpose of this equation is to achieve high fidelity lighting calculations by using a lightweight and efficient method. Specifically, it focuses on the specular components of the lighting, including microfacet calculations. But I'm not here to explain how the GGX equation works in detail or how each component functions. That's not the purpose of this presentation. There are plenty of physics and computer graphics resources out there if you're interested in a deeper understanding. Instead, today I want to show you how the GGX equation can be applied in subculture style rendering and explore its potential to deliver high-fidelity, performance-optimized visual suited for stylized aesthetics. So my initial thought was that, what if I applied it to diffuse calculations instead? Since the equation is fundamentally about modeling light behavior accurately, I wondered if I could modify it and add some extra steps to achieve the visual result I was aiming for. To do that, I needed to identify where the modification should begin. And if you look at the terms above, they focus on the normal distribution on the light. And that's where I started altering the equation. Since the base equation already produced high-fidelity specular reflection, my idea was that by expanding it, I could also represent smooth, diffuse surfaces at relatively low computational cost. Another challenge was that the original equation only accounted for positive light direction, so I modified it to also handle the negative components of lighting calculations, essentially capturing light behavior from behind the surface as well. Spherical harmonics is another commonly used equation in computer graphics, primarily for representing light based on its directionality. Lower order harmonics require very little computational power, but can only express low fidelity results. Higher order harmonics offer greater fidelity, but comes at a much higher performance cost. What I realized is that if I selectively use only the components I need for the equation, I can achieve the desired visual quality with much lower computational cost without relying on full expensive calculations. For example, imagine a sphere generating a light image using a spherical harmonics terms like L to M0. It'll produce a simple basic lighting result, like image in the middle left of the current page. But if you add a higher frequency term like L3 and M-3, the result becomes smoother and more aesthetically pleasing. And adding even more terms can further enhance the lighting quality, giving you a richer and more stylized look. Finally, by combining all these equations, along with several parameters to control their strengths and proportions, you can shape the result to match the style you are aiming for. While it may sound like an exaggeration, but with this approach, you can deliver significantly better visual results than standard physically based rendering, and especially when targeting a specific artistic style, like a toon style or like subculture styles. In this chapter, I will talk about how modified anisotropic GGX equation in specular term was used for subculture rendering. The reason I choose anisotropic GGX in the subculture rendering is because simple specular equation couldn't deliver the artistic style I was aiming for. So I had to explore beyond the standard approach and start modifying the equation to better suit the visual identity I wanted to achieve. The standard n.h equation will only present typical, not interesting result in reflection. But modified GGX can perform various different shapes, and by combining more equations, I could have achieved more divergence in specular reflections. So subculture anisotropic GGX calculation will be formed with anisotropic banding distortion plus normal distribution equations and etc. By combining those values smoothly, I could achieve the result I wanted. With these new specular combinations, I was able to achieve a variety of expressive specular reflections and shape them more freely to match the desired look. Finally, produced GGX specular light can be performed perfect specular light shape for subculture animation style game artistically. In this chapter, I'll explain beat separation techniques for more efficient texture usage in deferred rendering. As I mentioned earlier in this presentation, this project is based on deferred rendering, which comes with certain limitations, especially in texture usage within the G buffer. To overcome this limitation, I had to find an alternative way to use textures without making heavy modifications to the rendering pipeline. The basic concept is split the bit usage within a single texture to store two sets of data. This allows me to pack more information into the G buffer without the need for tedious work or increasing the number of G buffer texture. For example, a 16-bit texture consists of 16 binary digits, each being either 0 or 1. If we use all 16 bits for a single value, we can represent up to 65,536 levels of precision. But in many cases, we don't need that much. Instead, we can split the 16 bits to store multiple types of data. For example, by dividing it into 8-bit segments, we can store two values with 256 levels each. Or if we split it into 1 bit and 15 bits, we can store one Boolean flag and another value with 32,768 levels of that. In this way, we can make more efficient use of G-buffer storage without increasing memory usage or adding extra textures. In the next chapter, we'll talk about SDF, sign distance field, and shadow projection. The reason we use SDF, sign distance field, is that physically accurate shadow calculation often fail to produce aesthetically pleasing results, on stylized character faces especially. This is because character models, especially faces, tend to have complex depth, while the shadows we want are usually flatter and more toon-like. To solve this, I added SDF-based shadow projection specifically to the characters' faces, allowing for clean, stylized shadow that better match the intended visual style. Many of you are probably familiar with how SDF works, but I'll briefly go over it for better context. The the idea is to prepare textures that represent the shadow intensity across the character's face, essentially capturing how much shadow each area should receive. Then we compress this data into a single texture, similar to how a height map works. Then by reading and projecting the shadow intensity based on the face normal and light direction, we are able to achieve smooth and stylized SDF-based facial shadows. So the result looks like this. And since we are using a deferred rendering pipeline, we needed to combine this SDF shadow with the physically based shadow calculations. After merging the two, we get a stylized yet visually consistent shadow, even in areas where standard shadows would typically break down. In the final chapter, we'll take a look at additional light enhancement techniques and environment enhancements. Normally, standard point lights don't create the kind of sharp, clip-like edges seen in animation. They have natural fall-off and a smooth spread, which doesn't suit the stylized look of subculture or toon-style games. So I modified the point light to have a more defined and characteristic style, as shown in this video. This new point light rendering is also highly suitable for anime-style VFX. The next slide is about grass rendering in environment. Normally, grass can look dull and flat, especially when there's only a small amount placed in the scene. It often lacks volume and presence. To improve this, I merged the grass visually with the ground and added subtle flow and movement of light. This approach gives it a more natural and aesthetically rich expression that better fits the game's overall system. The flow of light through the grass depends on both the passage of time and the directional position of the directional light. Okay, that concludes everything I prepared for this session, and thank you all for listening, and I hope you find it insightful. Enjoy your rest of your day, and thank you.
Distance field.
Welcome everyone to today's talk about the Unreal Animation Framework, our next generation animation system for UE, UEFN, and the open metaverse. My name is Nicolas Frechette, and I am a programmer at Epic Games. Before we start, a quick disclaimer that the technology shown in the Witcher 4 Unreal Engine 5 tech demo is under active development and will continue to evolve in the future. To get us started, here is a quick video of some of the animation highlights from yesterday's demo. Nice. To better understand where we are going with the Unreal Animation Framework, it's worth first taking a step back to see where we come from and where we are today. Animation blueprints are 11 years old today. And at the time that we were building it, we had been building games with Unreal Engine 3 for some time, using Unreal Script and simple blend trees. A typical multiplayer match at the time would have had around 10 players, primarily using capsule-driven motion. And the hardware of that era was slowly emerging with more cores, where you could typically find 2 to 6 threads. And so it was in that landscape that animation blueprints were conceived. And we wanted to primarily address 3 things with it. First, we wanted to increase expressivity by moving away from simple blend trees towards more powerful animation graphs. Second, we wanted to unify around blueprints, which were being developed at the time, for a more integrated workflow between gameplay and animation. And third, we wanted to push as much of the animation workload onto the worker threads as we could. And this has proven to be quite successful over the years. And today, in a typical Battle Royale match, you can find 100 players using a mix of capsule-driven motion and root motion from the Nintendo Switch all the way to the high-end consoles. We use animation blueprints extensively for all of this, and the hardware trends have continued in the previous direction. And today we find 8 to 16 threads on common hardware. We've also released the Unreal Editor for Fortnite not too long ago, making game development much more accessible to developers, allowing for a ton of new niche and fun game experiences to be created within the Fortnite ecosystem. And as we look ahead, we have much broader ambitions. We envision an open metaverse where you might have 1,000+ players within a single game experience, powered by multiple servers and perhaps hundreds of threads, using the Unreal Animation Framework. The hardware trends have continued to evolve, with today's CPUs having more cores than ever before. And we're now seeing commonly a mix of slow and fast cores in the hardware. This makes it especially challenging to manage concurrent workloads efficiently, and it is now more important than ever. These are just some of the challenges that we are facing ahead. Let us now focus on some of the unique specifics in the Witcher 4 tech demo. A story-driven world like this is rich and full of life, NPCs walk about in the environment, they interact with it, they interact with one another, as well as with the player. This requires careful orchestration with gameplay to ensure contact point fidelity is maintained, and so the execution order is very important. Root motion is also desired for the higher fidelity that we can get, and with it, it brings the need for stitching and warping as we enter and exit contextual interactions, as well as cinematics. And when the story calls for it, NPCs can congregate together in a small area like this. This is the market scene from the demo. In here we have over 300 NPCs. These are not particle system. They are not GPU vertex animated. They are not simple crowd actors. Each and every one of these is a fully fledged NPC with all of the bells and whistles that you might expect. They have slope warping using control rig. They have look at IK using control rig. They are motion matching, etc. All of this is, of course, running at 60 frames per second on a standard PlayStation 5. Root motion in a scene like this is especially challenging from a performance point for two reasons. First, today with animation blueprints, when you rely on root motion, animation evaluation is constrained to the game tread, severely limiting our ability to reach this kind of scale. Second, not only do we have to animate each and every NPC within the view, but even NPCs not on screen or occluded still need to continue updating for us to be able to extract their root motion and move them about the world. And so, to better adapt to this changing world and face these challenges head on, our answer is the Unreal Animation Framework. From the ground up, it has been designed for high performance. We had a mantra going into this that you should pay only for the features that you use, and this has been our guiding principle throughout development. We've greatly minimized game thread interactions, allowing for far greater concurrency than before, and progress continues with our goal to ultimately remove all game thread interactions. We've also greatly improved how we leverage the CPU cache. This supercharges the single-threaded performance, which is as important as ever, whether you run on a small mobile device or on a single-core cloud server. Today, when a graph like this with animation blueprint is too slow to execute, it is common to manually convert it into native C++ through a process that we call nativization. Thanks to our efforts on the performance front, this is now obsolete and no longer necessary, allowing artists to remain fully in control of assets from conception all the way to final release. Root motion no longer has any performance restriction. It is a first-class citizen, and it works regardless of its source, whether it comes from capsule-driven motion, source animation data, or sequencer. It will flow through the graph like any other attribute, allowing you to warp it and blend it however you choose. We also continue to put a lot of effort into ensuring that you can create small and reusable assets to help reduce contention in source control as your projects grow in scale and complexity. We will be introducing skeleton families, loosening the coupling with skeletons, allowing you to reason about them at a higher abstraction level. For example, reasoning about the upper body, lower body, facial curves, and so on, and the runtime will figure out the specifics of what that means for the particular character that the graph is evaluating on. This will allow for easier asset reuse, such as blend profiles, while still allowing for asset-specific overrides when required. We are also introducing trait-based animation nodes. These are fully data-driven. You aggregate traits in a stack similar to how mass traits are used or entity component systems, and it allows you to create bespoke animation nodes where you need them. And this is really the embodiment of the pay for what you use mantra. If you have a sequence player that does not need to synchronize in a group, for example, there is zero memory overhead, zero CPU overhead for that feature on that node. It is never checked at runtime. It isn't there. It is free. We've also continued and greatly improved gameplay integration, giving you more flexibility in how things execute in relation to one another. And similar to animation blueprints, we have thread-safe variables for input into the system, as well as a thread-safe event-based system for inputs and outputs. All of this comes together under a unified pipeline because first and foremost, this is a tactical evolution of our existing framework. Our goal is to be able to reuse as many of the assets that you have today where possible, such as animation sequences, blend spaces, motion matching databases, and so on. We are bringing control rig and state tree closer together with the rest of the animation runtime as first-class citizens. This will come with a consistent user experience, allowing you to move from one to the other in a seamless manner, allowing you to compose them in new, powerful ways. We've also augmented Rewind Debugger with all the new features of the Unreal animation framework, giving you unprecedented insights into everything that goes on within the animation runtime, from how motion matching selects its animation, how animations are synchronizing together within a sync group, to how they blend together and layer to produce a final pose. We've also greatly improved capture and replay performance to be able to work at the sorts of scale that you've seen. Now onto the good stuff. On the right here, you have an image of a capture I took a few weeks ago from a development build. This is in the market where there are over 300 NPCs running at 60 frames per second. And here I have to again point out that even NPCs that are off screen are fully animating, although at the lowest level of detail. In here, we animate over 45,000 bones each frame. And this is split over 800 skeletal meshes. NPCs are built from multiple parts, similar to what you would do today with animation blueprints using copy pose from mesh. The total animation cost is around 52 milliseconds per frame, split over 12 worker threads. As you would expect, NPCs have various levels of details for both visuals and animation. And our cheapest tier runs in about 0.06 milliseconds to 0.12 milliseconds each, while the highest tier with cloth and meta-human facial animation takes about 1.6 milliseconds. We have a budget system to allocate these as you move about the world. And you can see here on the right that the CPU is still idle for a great amount of time. Last but not least, this slide here shows the frame timings for the whole tech demo from start to finish, including the black screens at the start and the end. It's a little hard to see. This is a smoothed graph. At the top, you'll see the smooth blue line there across at 16.6 milliseconds, followed by the yellow line beneath it, which is the GPU time, showing that we are GPU bound, as we tend to be, and as you might expect from the awesome visuals that we've seen. Just beneath it, in the pale blue, you see the game thread time, peaking at around 12 to 13 milliseconds there, while smoothed, with the orange and green lines below being the two render threads. And from this, you can see that despite everything we've thrown at the screen, there still remains ample room for gameplay to bring the world alive. And I will now leave it to Samuel to discuss how motion matching interactions were achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicolas.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuele Rigamonti. I'm a principal animation programmer at Epic Games, and mainly focusing on procedural animation and motion matching. So, thanks to the Unreal Animation Framework, we can now afford many actors simulating dense crowds, and with increased density, we're now facing the challenge of character interactions. How can we solve them in a simple way that preserves character believability, since character could be walking around, performing whatever the game needs them to do? And how can we maintain budget requirements in check? Well, motion matching already proved to be an effective compromise between performance, as well as being scalable from low-end to high-end platform. So we decided as a starting point, extending it with a few concepts. So we introduced a new post-search interaction asset specifying animation for each possible role actors can take. In the example, we have series mounting animation with the role player, synchronizing with Kelpie animations covering for the role horse. The interaction asset also contains properties about how to calculate and distribute alignment errors. For instance, during gameplay, if actors are not where they should be according to this asset, who do we want to move, Siri or Kelpie? Rule of thumb, a bit of both, but usually the actor that moves the most, that in this case is Siri. Now we group post-search interaction asset in a database, like we would normally do with sequences or blend spaces in a regular motion matching locomotion setup. On the screen, you can see the animation coverage we use for the horse mounting database. And you'll notice that so far, nothing specific to motion matching interaction is here. So let's talk a little bit more about the new concept in the database schema. In regular motion matching, we use the schema channels to tell the system what features we care to match, like feet positions and velocities, and how much we care about them via their weights. For example, translates in sampling the character feet positions relative to the character root bone. But for motion matching interactions, we might want to match Siri's hand reaching for Kelpie's saddle. So we extend most of our channels to support the concept of role. In the screenshot, you can see we're matching the horse position relative to the player's route and vice versa, with their respective roles highlighted. And this is how it looks like from a rewind debugger session, showing some of the evaluated coverage for Kelpie's root bone positions relative to Siri's. You probably see where we're going with this now. Using regular motion matching channels, we can achieve smooth pose and trajectory selections for characters entering interactions, and relying on channels crossing multiple roles to contextually select the best interaction asset that matches the relative positions and orientation of the actors. Let's now look at the setup in Unreal Animation Framework, where through a motion matching trait, every actor publishes its availabilities to participate in one or multiple possible interactions. Availabilities are just pinnable struct specifying what database to use, possible roles, and other conditions for starting the interaction. The trait behaves similarly to the motion matching node we already know, selecting an animation as a result of the search. And since we have spatial information on relative roles, the trait can also calculate the required root motion warp to properly align the actors. Now let's see how the motion matching interaction runtime execution flows. First, all character publishes their availabilities. Then all those availabilities get collected and sorted by the post-search interaction subsystem. Then during its tick groups the actors in multiple islands of possible interactions in different colors on the screen, and generates all the latent motion matching searches that could happen. Excuse me. As final step, the subsystem injects all the required tick dependencies for thread safety and getting ready to perform the searches on the next frame. Now we know the characters, their dependencies, and all the possible searches. We're ready to begin the new frame. With the added flexibilities of UEFN, we can use mass in a thread-safe manner to speed up the calculation of trajectories. We then perform the necessary searches locklessly through our motion matching trait and cache them in the subsystem to propagate the result to other actors. We publish availabilities again, and the cycle continues. We'll release in a future version of the game animation sample project an example. But for now, this is what it looks like in action. And here's Adriana from CD Projekt Red to show us how it's being used in their games. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Adriana Bielak, and I am an animation engineer at CD Projekt Red. Sam introduced a perfect setup because the technology and possibilities that he just laid out speak directly to core challenges that we've been tackling and the ambitions that we have at CD Projekt Red. So what was our core need? When we at CDPR think about building these deeply immersive experiences, our work is often shaped by a few key ideas. You might not find them formalized in a company handbook, but they are definitely a big part of how we approach things. These ideas influence on how we look at new technologies, like the ones Sam discussed, and how we try to push the boundaries of what is possible. So for us, it's felt really important to move beyond the static environments. We are constantly aiming to create our world more believable, and a huge part of it is seeing characters in a dense crowd reacting in ways that feel natural and convincing. Think about our marketplaces and our city streets. We really want all those populated spaces to feel authentically alive, bustling with individuals who don't just stand around, but feel and seem to live and feel alive. And this is, for us, the foundation to the kind of immersive experiences we are striving for. While polished, good-looking locomotion is definitely essential and something that we pour a lot of energy into, we've come to realize that it doesn't, on its own, quite get us to that vibrant, breathing world I was just talking about. It's often these intricate little details, the subtle, nuanced interactions between characters and the characters and their surroundings that truly make a game world feel alive. And it's this focus on detailed interactions that, we believe, unlocks a deeper sense of realism. Everything we've discussed, this desire for living worlds, the focus on detailed interactions, it all fuels this deep-seated commitment. At CDPR, trying to deliver the highest quality, deeply immersive experiences for our players is what really gets us going every day. So this is the perspective that we bring when we look at new technologies and embrace them. So when we started exploring this new tech that Sam introduced, we decided to begin with some foundational tests. We wanted to really understand its capabilities by focusing on small, but crucial, physical interactions like character bumps. Because, as I mentioned, these details are key to living world. So our very first step was to check how it would work for Siri bumping into static idling with different type of poses, characters, and approaching from different angles in non-scripted way. And now I would like to show you these initial results. So, naturally after that, you wanted to check and transfer this mechanic to more complex scenarios, something what the player would experience in the game. So here we are. We've got the Siri who's walking, we've got the NPC who's also walking, and we also add a slope to check how it should work. My favorite one. All these examples give you an idea how we approached these motion matching interactions. And now I am really excited to present you how all these elements work together, combined one by one in the game. As you saw at the tech demo, applying this technology into our game systems has confirmed that these physical interactions really do work effectively. Knowing that this foundation is solid gives us the confidence to look towards the next steps, like enabling in future interactions between two or more NPCs who are working through the world. And here we've got a really good example for that because we've prepared a dedicated post-search interaction data asset for NPCs greetings. When this motion matching interactions is a huge part to develop for us, now I would like to shift our focus for a moment to motion matched single character animations, because here we also have some really nice improvements with UEFN. And before that, sorry, I forgot about something really important if it comes to motion matching interactions, because it isn't only a visual showcase, because we've easily integrated seamlessly with our gameplay systems, especially with smart objects, by exposing a flag for our designers to give them really good, direct, and granular control, so they could decide at which character and in which smart object it could be bumpable. And now we can shift our focus on the smart objects topic, because these improvements are really nice if it comes to the naturalness. I want to talk you something more about how we set up smart objects, because this topic has been covered by Julius Girbig from CDPR and also Justin He from the Epic Games during yesterday's presentation about locomotion and interactions for hundreds of characters. So if you haven't seen it, I do recommend to watch it. So today I would like to talk to you a little bit more about motion matching improvements with UEFN, about those effects, and also about modular design here, in terms of smart object entries and smart object exits. Watch this. What you are seeing is powered entirely by motion matching and full root motion. Watch this fluidity and the lack of juttering transitions when the character approaches to the object. And this level of naturalness is something what we wanted. But of course, the true exam is in the gameplay, and we would like to have a universal, general solution not only for human NPCs, but also for animals and for Siri. So we created some more complex scenarios when the character can also interact with smart object entries and exits with other characters. And the perfect example here in the tech demo is the Begas scenario. And behind that, there's a more flexible technology implementation. This is an animation graph dedicated for smart object entries, which is an abstracted logic and a separated animation module. It contains its own logic. In that case, you can see the chooser evaluation and also some important variables like the alignment transform, which is used also in alignment transform animation notifiers in UEFN. Again, more information about this anim notify you can find in the Julius and Justin's presentation from yesterday. And here is a true power of UEFN, because this animation graph can be injected into any animation module. In our case, we injected our smart object entries animation graph to the NPCs module, but it could be any character. And as you can see, you can do this by a dedicated thread, which also has some important general animation arguments like blending. Before I continue, I have one question. How many programmers do we have right now in this room? Please raise your hand. Wow, cool. Because I've got one hint connected with this topic and with UEFN. You can inject your animation graphs through the code. Fully. Thanks to the dedicated new animation data interface in UEFN, which I really love, because as a programmer, I love to be able to call everything through the code. So, as you can see, you need to create your payload, and it is essential because it bundles all important, crucial data for you. For example, some custom variables like the chooser table or the post-search interactions data asset. In the second step, you can bind and sum your custom methods, for example, from your custom animation systems. In our case, it was idle animation systems. So as you can see, you can really nice combine your custom stuff with that injection. And finally, you need to pass this payload among other arguments. And again, they are general animation arguments like blending settings. So this programmatically control gives you a really nice opportunity to have a context-aware animation setup. Truly, all these features and approaches unlock a vast range of dynamic gameplay possibilities, fundamentally changing how we can bring our words and our characters to be alive. But for final thoughts, I would like to hand it over to Paddy from the Epic Games. Thank you.
Hello. I'm Paddy Walker, Technical Product Management Director for Runtime and Gameplay Animation, and I'm going to say basically all the same things that they just said, just sloppier and faster, to summarize the main points that we want you guys to take away from this presentation. So, performance was our real pillar that we had to nail. We had to get that correct over anything else, and we needed something to really push and make sure that we were actually able to do that. And I mean, what better than The Witcher 4? And sort of what they were trying to do and where their goals were. And I think not only have we learned a ton from this, but it's going to guide a lot of our development going forward. So first things first, we're running UEFN on all of the characters inside of this demo. That actually wasn't going to necessarily be the case. We were thinking that we were not sure if we would get Siri and Kelpie done, but we ended up getting everything piled on for UEFN. And I think it's turned out quite well and really proven out the performance. The other one is that root motion is not traditionally been the best inside of Unreal with animation blueprints. If anyone's seen the dreaded drop-down menu for root motion, it's just not been a strong point of the engine. So we wanted to make sure that it was fully integrated and seamless for UAF. And it was really important for CDPR as well, for the believability and the weight of the characters. And so, of course, we can now warp it through the graph. And again, this was historically not possible and was only evaluated on the game thread. So again, it's been really important for us to make sure that this is really seamless for UAF. So currently, these are some of the tools that or some of the main tools that we have working as experimental inside of UAF. So we've got motion matching, choosers, sequencer, control rig, state tree, which will be our state machine replacement for now, and many, many more, of course. And we're trying to get as many of the systems up and running as quickly as you can, even if it's in an experimental state, so that we have all of the pieces to work with. So I want to sit on this one just for a second, because I think for Unreal, this is a pretty big game changer. No nativization for the animation graphs, especially for any of the technical artists or artists that have worked on games inside of Unreal. It's tough, right? Like when everything gets moved into code, you're sort of locked out of the development side of things, and it goes more towards the engineers, which isn't great. Or you make changes and now the engineers have to do extra work, and it creates these massive bottlenecks that we just don't want. And so yeah, there was no nativization at all. What we built was exactly how we shipped it. And we weren't able to scale this to this many characters and this level of complexity with animation blueprints. And I can say that for a fact because we actually built most of this demo with animation blueprints first before we converted it over to UAF. So we were sort of doing both of them at the same time. Yeah, so we know for a fact that it was not able to scale, and that this was a big one for us. And then multi-user editing and shareable pieces. So I'm going to sit on the shareable pieces for a second here, because I think one of the goals for us for UAF as we sort of move towards production ready is that we actually want all of the pieces of your game features to be not only shareable across your projects, but shareable on Fab. You can imagine that you create a cool cover system. Maybe it's like a sticky cover system. And you want to publish that onto Fab so that somebody else can grab that piece and drop it into their game. That's what we're trying to build with UAF. And we're trying to make that as seamless as possible as well. So the Unreal Animation Framework, or UAF, is experimental in UE 5.6. But I do want to call out that we are early experimental. We're only focusing on performance, mainly for this, and a lot of the artist workflows and just workflows in general need a lot of love, and that's going to be one of our main focuses moving forward. So please be patient with us, but we are working really, really hard on this. So where are we going? What's next? So I just talked about the artist workflows. That's our #1 thing coming up next. We have to prove out how everybody uses the tools and make sure that it's going to be a great experience, not only for technical people, but for non-technical people. We want to bring in as many non-technical artists and animators in as we can. Then we got to build out all the core tools. So I sort of listed out some of them there, but there's some key ones that we don't have currently. Stuff like layering, where you want an upper body, lower body split, and all the tooling around that. We want to really revamp that entire sort of system inside of Unreal, and so we've got some work to do there. And then iterate on the design in Engine. We don't want to just build something and then toss it out and hope for the best. We want to really iterate. We're going to bring in a lot of artists and technical artists to make sure that we're going over and over again and making this as simple and as easy to use for you guys, so that when it's production ready, hopefully it's going to be amazing out of the box. And then finally, I think this one's really, really important. We have to provide concrete in-engine examples of everything that we want to do, including a lot of the stuff that we did in this tech demo. So I do want to sort of make a little quick note here. For 5.6, we did not update the game animation sample project because we were super busy working on all of this, which is a bit of a bummer, and I apologize. But we will be back for 5.7. And we will have examples not only in animation blueprints, but also in UAF of a lot of the stuff that you've seen inside of the tech demo, obviously sans the IP. Yeah, we're going to come back a bit stronger in 5.7 and make sure that we have a lot of examples for you to use, dissect, and then, of course, give us feedback from. And with that, thank you. Is there any questions? We've got a mic up at the front here.
You good? All right, welcome everyone. Thanks for coming to my talk. My name is Matt Campbell, and today I'm going to be doing a brief GPU technical perspective on Avowed. A little bit about myself before we begin. I'm a senior graphics engineer at Obsidian Entertainment. I was the lead graphics engineer on Avowed. I've got over 15 years of experience shipping games, having worked on versions of Unreal all the way back to UE2. And I've shipped games on multiple consoles and platforms. So a little bit about Avowed, if you're not aware of what it is. It's a single-player action RPG. We shipped on Xbox Series S and X as well as PC. It's set in the Pillars of Eternity universe. In Avowed, you can play as either first or third person. It's a combination of melee, ranged, and spell-based combat with heavy focuses on story, exploration, and parkour/navigation. In Avowed, we had about 5 large open zones and about 25 hard-loaded maps. So a little bit more about the team size of Avowed. At its peak, Avowed had about a team size with 100 internal devs and 40 external co-devs. And that was further subdivided into like a 15-person tech team with a technical director, 2 internal graphics engineers, myself being one of them, along with 2 additional external co-devs, 5 engine and tools programmers, internal with 2 additional co-devs, 3 technical artists, and 2 lighters. So we're a little bit light on some of the engineering stuff, and so therefore we had to be pretty precise with where we made changes and moved with Avowed. So early on, Avowed started all the way back in UE4. I believe it was 4.22 or 4.23. And for the purposes of this talk, the project goals that we were really looking for were a open or near open world, big, large vistas, looking out onto the maps, a fully dynamic time of day with a lot of natural lighting using global illumination, and a very organic world with lots of foliage, caves, and whatnot. When we shipped, we shipped on Unreal Engine 5.3.2 on Series S and X as PC, like I said. And we pretty much tried to make use of every major Unreal Engine 5 technology available to us: Nanite, Lumen, virtual shadow maps, virtual textures, Niagara, and whatnot. For the purposes of this talk, I'm really going to be focusing on the top 3, but I will have a slide on virtual textures. So when we shipped on Series X, we had 2 quality modes. We had 2 modes. We had a quality mode running at 30 hertz, where we rendered to an internal resolution of 900p. We rendered full hardware ray traced Lumen, and we used a combination of virtual shadow maps for our directional light and hardware ray tracing for our local lights. And then we did hardware ray tracing reflections for both Lumen and single layer water. On our balance mode, which was running at 40 hertz on TVs that supported it, we rendered to an internal resolution of 1280p, 720p, that's Series X. Again, we used full hardware Lumen with virtual shadow map directional light and hardware ray trace local lights. Here we did ray tracing for our Lumen reflections, but for single layer water, we just did these green space reflection already. On Xbox Series X, we had 3 modes. We had our quality mode targeting 30 hertz, where we rendered internally at 1440p. Again, hardware Lumen, virtual shadow map, directional light, ray trace local lights, and full ray trace reflections. Balance mode at 40 hertz, we're rendering at 1280p, similar target specs as above. And then we also had a performance mode running at 60 hertz. On this one, we targeted 1080p up to 1800p. And we used software Lumen along with full virtual shadow maps for directional and local lights, as well as software Lumen for our reflections and single layer water. Although this actually was not a GPU limitation, this was all CPU limited at the time, so that's why we ended up going there. So here we have some pictures from Avowed. So here we have a picture of Dawnshore looking over Paradise. We have a nighttime shot of Dawnshore. Here's one from Emerald Stair. Here we have Nakaku Bell, Ringworm's Domain, Gallowing Tusk, another from Gallowing Tusk in the archive, and Solace Keep. So, beginning with Nanite. Nanite was used extensively on Avowed. Anything and everything we did, we made Nanite, and this was one of the biggest contributors to Avowed's success. It allowed for our vast vistas with minimal LOD popping, and it was vital for keeping our memory under control. Especially on the consoles, memory was a constant struggle for us, so being able to have everything pooled for our meshes was key. And we ended up having to spend a lot of time doing that. And it actually ended up taking a major effort by our art and tech art teams to do this. Coming from UE4, we ended up having a lot of masked materials. Anything and everything we did had Philly bits to it that we had to convert over. And that took a lot of effort for performance. And of course, we also loved our splines. So we had to end up baking splines because Nanite at the time did not support that. Once we got everything merged over and converted to opaque geometry, we found that we were pretty much on Nanite, as far as Nanite goes, bottlenecked by our materials. They were overly complicated. This was another holdover from UE4, where we didn't have as much geometry. So we ended up doing a lot more work in our materials than we probably should have. Nanite already is kind of high on the VGPR and VLU usage, and then when we added in our complicated materials with multiple texture samples, it just got even higher, and as a result, our occupancy was never quite where we wanted it to be. Also, our heavy use of virtual textures made us texture address bound in these guys all the time. And since we were on 5.3, we didn't have any access to Nanite's compute shading or VRS, so we paid pixel per pixel. Additionally, all of our variations were done primarily through material instances, not custom primitive data. So we ended up having a lot of passes on our base pass that were called away and ended up being empty base pass draws. Pretty much at the time, if it's loaded, Nanite has to issue the draw call for it, even if it gets called away. And so it was very common for us to have 1 to 2, maybe even more, 100 nanoseconds of just empty draw calls on the base pass. Work graphs in the future should help address this, but obviously we did not have those. And even then, we still found that oftentimes we were getting, we were overloading Nanite in the calling passes, having too much streamed in. We weren't necessarily baking our HLODs a lot at first. This was something we've really cracked down on and enforced later on in the game, and it had to do. And then, of course, we also had to adjust a lot of our streaming sizes. The hope originally was that we could have 1 streaming cell per world partition tile. But we ended up having to have a lot more as the game progressed, so we could get stuff like knee height and below out of the scenes earlier and remove from our LOD 0 incident meshes. Foliage was another thing that took quite a bit of effort on our art teams. Again, coming from UE4, everything was non-Nanite masked cards. They had pretty expensive WinSims on them. They had a lot of visual lotting issues, and they were not at all performant with virtual shadow maps. When Nanite did start supporting foliage, or you could put foliage in Nanite, we tried immediately just making everything our alpha masked cards. And while it fixed our lotting issues, it did not fix our render times at all. Pretty much it moved all of our bad non-Nanite VSM times to become bad Nanite rasterization times. So ultimately, we ended up breaking down and moving everything from masked to opaque that we could. And this was vital to cut down on all the per pixel operations and make our rasterization as fast as possible. We still ended up using WinSims, but we had to change them quite a bit. On our trees, we ended up using VATs and WPO, but we did find this limiting ultimately. We were limited in how many vertices we could have. They were expensive memory-wise, so it's something that while we ship with it, we're going to reevaluate, and especially with all the new Lumen foliage stuff coming out. Or not Lumen foliage, Nanite foliage. And even then, with all that stuff, we still ended up being very aggressive with our WPO disabling at distance. We brought things in really close at times, and this was really key to keeping our rasterization times down. And ultimately, on a lot of assets, we ended up removing it entirely, especially a lot of the clutter on the ground, the clovers, the little flowers, and everything like that. That had to be turned off to keep our performance in line. And even then, there were some assets, such as our cover graphs, which we couldn't make opaque. We have a dithering effect on it when you enter in, so we had to leave that as masked. But to account for this, we did a couple different things. The first thing was we just modeled it as opaque. This helped keep down on the overdraw as best it could. We also limited the vertice count. These guys, I think, are around 3,000 verts. And they're also quite sparse, which seemed to help Nanite rasterize them as best it could. So here we've got a couple comparisons of the game in alpha right after we switched over to our final engine version. So these timings are for Xbox Series S under 30 Hz mode. So in alpha, or pretty late in alpha, I would say, we were sitting at a total frame time here in this scene outside of Paradise at about 46.5 milliseconds. And we were spending about 4 milliseconds on our Nanite Viz buffer, 5 milliseconds on our base pass, and we were spending about 13 milliseconds in our shadow depth pass. And in this particular one, we have this masked Bram believes material, which doesn't really affect the scene much, but it's still taking 1.5 milliseconds to rasterize. After we had made all those changes, converted everything from masked to opaque, adjusted our streaming distances, disabled WPO, we were able to get our final frame time down to about 30 milliseconds on Series S. We ended up having our NanoVis buffer at about 2.5 milliseconds, and actually moved the hardware and software from overlapping to being sequential on the graphics cube. And then we were able to overlap that with the ray tracing scene update. That saved us time. We got our base pass down to 3.5 milliseconds, and our VSM cost dropped all the way down to 8, although this is partially a result of us moving over to ray tracing for local lights, which we'll get to later. Here's another example from Emerald Stair. In this particular frame on Series S at 30 Hertz, we were initially rendering at about 53 milliseconds. Pretty similar timings on the Viz buffer and base pass, except our shadow depth pass was much, much worse, sitting at 20 milliseconds. And this red foliage you can see here was taking about 6 milliseconds to render in the shadow depth pass. Again, making sure everything was moved to opaque, adjusting streaming distances, killing WPO at a distance, we were able to get our frame time down quite a bit, just under 28 milliseconds. Similar timings again, 2 milliseconds Viz buffer, 3.5 base pass. But our shadow depth pass, we were able to get down all the way down to 3 milliseconds. And we actually ended up having a 2 millisecond graphics queue stall waiting for our async pass. So moving on to Lumen. So prior to UE5 and Lumen, we looked at a variety of GI solutions and ultimately found they were all lacking. A lot of times the quality wasn't there. They took extensive time baking. They had huge engine integration costs that would slow us down. Oftentimes they had all three. So definitely when UE5 came out with Lumen, this was one of the primary things driving us to UE5. Nanite's great. It's really showy. It helped a lot, and we couldn't have shipped without it. But we probably could have stayed on UE4. Lumen was definitely the thing that probably drew us to UE5 and said, yes, we should do this. And in that regards, it succeeded great. We were able to hit all of our lighting goals with an incredibly small lighting team. Remember, we have 2 lighters for the entire game. And this was really down to not being able or needing to bake. What you see is what you get, which really helped improve our iteration times and got things going quickly. Early on, we decided to focus on hardware ray tracing. There was a variety of things going into this decision, but the primary one was light bounce from landscapes. It's a little hard to see, but if you look at the top versus bottom, you get a lot more natural bounce on the hardware ray trace versus the bottom. It also tended to be a lot more accurate with a lot less light bleeding, which is always good. And this ultimately helped us ease transitions into ray trace shadows later in the project, so this was a win that we didn't even know we were getting. On Xbox, we were able to run this entirely on async compute, which saved us about 2 to 4 milliseconds on Series S in our test scenes. We also made extensive use of inline ray tracing on Xbox Series S, which saved in both performance and memory. Since we could just not have to worry about any ray tracing shaders, we just did everything in compute, which was really nice. On PC, however, we do stay on the graphics queue with ray tracing, and this is really down to incomplete inline ray tracing support, D3D12 versions of Unreal. But on async, or on software versions, you do go back to async. So here we have some comparisons. Here's a version of software Lumen and Intelligent Temple versus hardware. Here we've got one from Shatterscarp. You get a much better bounce if you can see under the bridge there. And here's a really nice one from the Swamp in ES, or Emerald Stair. Again, software versus hardware. So continuing on. One of the things that we were really lucky that we were able to take huge advantage of in Lumen is emissives. Our emissive mushies, as our lighters like to call them, we were able to put all over the map and use these at a lot of times as full replacements for lighting. One of the ways we were able to really succeed in doing this is by using the ray tracing material node, which allowed us to specify separate values for the emissives on the diffuse or the rasterized scene versus the Lumen async scene. So we would have probably an emissive value of somewhere around 1 in the normal scene, but then have something like 5 or 10 in the ray tracing scene. And this allowed us to boost the light a lot without causing any blowout. That said, we still found ourselves making quite a big use of hidden emissive mesh cards in the scenes. These had minimal performance impact for us, just taking up surface cache space, but they did require us to modify the engine to remove them from the reflection passes. For hardware ray tracing, this was pretty easy. We just adjusted the ray tracing masks. We added a new flag, and it was culled. But for software Lumen, this did require adding additional culling passes for the mesh distance fields. And every once in a while, we'd still end up finding we needed a little bit more, so we'd fall back to non-shadow casting fill lights when we found that we were getting a little bit too noisy in the Lumen scene or we were losing the specularity. So Lumen worked out fairly well, but it definitely is a complicated beast, and we had some issues with it. One of the first things is there's a lot of passes in Lumen, a lot. And when you have both hardware and software pipelines to worry about, that gets even higher. There's some overlap in them, but there's a lot of divergence too. So if you're maintaining both, it can be a lot of work. And they can be extremely difficult to debug at times. Lumen uses a lot of indirection when it goes about building its scene. It will have one pass that will generate a bunch of work lists that another pass will come through and consume. And this ends up breaking the association between the GPU threads and the pixels you see on screen. So if you've got issues with trying to figure out why something is rendering the wrong color or you're getting additional noise, it's a lot harder to backtrace to figure out which thread is actually the one doing the processing. Additionally, Lumen is, like I said, very memory intensive. And on Series S, this was always a problem for us. Series X a little bit, not as much, but Series S for sure. Lumen uses a lot of render targets in addition to those work groups, so it's going to increase your memory usage by quite a bit. And one of the things that we end up having to do on consoles to account for this is pretty much tossing away mesh distance fields in favor of our ray tracing VLASTs. We couldn't afford both, and this had a knock-on effect, as we'll see with some reflection stuff, as well as a lot of our VFX weren't able to make advantage or take use of the distance fields nodes. And as a result, we had a lot of performance and quality battles. Every time we would increase the quality, we'd lose memory and runtime performance, and vice versa. So this was something that we struggled with and fine-tuned constantly. And of course, we didn't make it very easy for ourselves a lot of times. Lumen is a temporally accumulated effect, and when you have time of day jumps like we do, that doesn't work so well. So like when we were at middle of day and we switched to our party camp at night, we ended up literally throwing away the entire Lumen scene and trying to rebuild it as fast as we could behind a fade. Additionally, we had a lot of flickering lights, which themselves are not very temporally stable, so that added noise. And we ended up using a lot of bright VFX, which would mess with a lot of the Lumen screen effects. Moving on, some other issues or trip-ups we found. One of the big ones was how easy it is to waste your surface cache space. We use a lot of large meshes in Avowed. We always want that sense of monolithic things. And a lot of times they would sneak into the surface cache. They would just touch a little bit of the play space, and all of a sudden you'd be wasting about 1/5 of your surface cache on a mountain that didn't affect the indirect scene. This is something that we, sometimes it's hard to catch until it's too late, and adds a lot of noise as you're constantly evicting pages to account for it. Additionally, a lot of our meshes were watertight, so we had back faces to them, so those would generate additional mesh cards that would sometimes end up in there. And ultimately, we just ended up doing the hard work of manually going in and removing these, and it took a little bit of time, so that's something we needed to come up with later, or a solution down the road. We did experiment with limiting mesh cards at times, especially near the end of the project. By default, Lumen, I think, generates about 12 mesh cards per object. And for something like a wall, you could easily get by with 1 or 2. So we would drop that down, and sometimes it worked, and then sometimes we'd get the mesh card on the back face. So either our option was increase the number of mesh cards, or what we ultimately ended up doing is adding a mod to bias which faces get their preference, so we could force it to the front. Lastly, on Lumen, or at least regular Lumen, it's got a lot of knobs to tweak. There's tons and tons of CVARs to adjust and fine tune. And then on top of that, you've got a lot of post-process settings that sit on top of it, and sometimes we'll adjust these further. And while a lot of these are important to adjust and safe, not all of them are, we found. In the worst case, or in some cases, we found that they would waste memory when they should actually be saving memory. Sometimes we'd find that they would generate and propagate NANDs down the rendering pipeline. And in worst cases, we found occasional GPU memory stomps as it would write out of LDS bounds. This is an example of it wasting memory that we found. This is the Radiance cache screen probes when you set it to 96, which is the default setting for Xbox. It allocates the texture assuming you got a full square, but the indexing is actually logarithmic, so it clamps everything that's not a power of 2 all the way down to its smallest one. So you end up wasting about a third of this texture. For us, we ended up just changing the way the texture was created, and that saved us there. But this is something to keep an eye out for. Lumen reflections. These, by default on 5.3, were on the graphics queue, but thankfully it was really simple to move into the async queue, so I'd recommend doing it. Hit lighting was something that we added for PC, but unfortunately we're not able to get on Xbox. It ended up not being a huge deal in the long term because most of the ray traced hits were in the surface cache. It really only affects the dynamic stuff that was missing, but it was something we wish we could have done. That said, another trip up we found with lumen reflections is it proved to be quite difficult for our artists to figure out what was casting a lumen reflection and what wasn't. They like to work in textures and gradients, and so when you say, hey, anything below 0.4 is tracing, they'd be like, what does that mean? I got this from Photoshop. And then also, a lot of lumen reflections are ignorant of single layer water by default. So if you have any reflective surfaces underneath the single layer water plane, you're going to pay twice for the reflections. This is something we found in our Ringram's domain map where we had reflective ice underneath water, and so we ended up paying twice for reflections. We did modify the engine here to account for this. We pretty much took the single layer water depth buffer and then passed it to the reflections and then used a depth test there to save on those. Speaking of single layer water reflections, by default in 5.3, it was a full screen pass. You did a full screen space, and then whatever didn't hit, you went with a hardware ray traced full screen after that, which, while looking nice, was not very performant for us and definitely caused some trouble. Software Lumen is great to account for this and much cheaper if you don't get rid of your distance fields like we did. So ultimately, we looked at a couple different options. The initial one we did is, well, we can just downsample these passes, but because they're tied together, we ended up getting some really poor quality, especially on the screen space reflection part. We could look at screen space only reflections, which we did do on some of our lower end SKUs. But they do have some problems with exposure and light leaking. And while we did find an acceptable solution for this at the end, it's something that we wanted to avoid if we could, especially on some of the higher end targets like Xbox at 30 hertz. And of course, you have that issue of reflections disappearing as things start leaving the screen. So ultimately, we did another mod here where we modified it to do a hybrid approach. So we kept the full screen space reflections, and then we ended up doing a downsampling for the Lumen hardware. We pretty much worked on a quad and would write out a mask. So anything that didn't get the screen space, we would then go and take the coarser Lumen reflections, and that worked fairly well, especially on still water with little movement or pretty flat. You couldn't tell the difference, and even on some of the really rougher stuff, it barely showed up. And on this particular scene on Series S, it saved about 0.8 milliseconds, which is a big win. And another thing that I feel artists are constantly getting tripped up about is single layer water by default is always a perfect mirror for reflections. So a lot of times they would paint single layer water, or they put down a single layer water plane and then they paint in some muck like in the swamp to try to get timing back, unaware that that would still do a full lumen reflection trace. This is another place where I end up adding in a mod to do another max roughness trace that we tied to scalability. So moving along to shadows. So on Avowed, we did a variety of options for shadows, or a collection of techniques. We used virtual shadow maps for our directional map. We used ray tracing for our local lights whenever we had ray tracing. And we used contact shadows for everything that was small along the ground or when we were doing our conversation lighting. Not to be too surprised by this, but shadows ended up being the bulk of our performance struggles even before we switched to ray tracing shadows, which actually saved us. And they contain a bulk of our modifications and additions. So virtual shadow maps, right off the bat, they're better than Cascade. There was no reason not to use them when we switched, especially with Nanite, they're kind of required. And they worked really well for the directional light. They allowed for those vast, distant far shadows in our vistas and saved us there. But performance-wise, they do require Nanite. If you're using VSMs, you have to use Nanite to get any sort of performance. And if you're using Nanite, you really should use VSMs unless you're doing some sort of ray tracing. But even then, you can find we still struggled with performance quite a bit. Anything that wasn't Nanite, or skinned meshes at the time, hurt, as well as anything that was per pixel evaluation in Nanite. So your masked materials, your WPO, your pixel depth offset. And that's one of the reasons why we worked really, really hard to get rid of as many masked materials as possible and turn off our WPO as early as possible. Additionally, shadow penumbras with virtual shadow maps have a cost. They have to sample the shadow map multiple times and use that to get softer shadows. And so that's another thing you have to keep in mind. That said, we did find a couple modifications that we thought we'd share that really helped with our virtual shadow maps. The first, and these are actually pretty easy modifications we made, so they work really well. The first is just reducing the number of shadow rays you're shooting at a distance. I think this is, for us, this was about one line. We just take the scene depth, log it by 10, and then adjust accordingly. And on Series S in this particular shot, it saved about half a millisecond. That's a good win. Even more so, though, we found another mod in the nanite instance culling where we could actually cull shadows under a certain pixel threshold and get a lot back. So in the top and the bottom, there's a difference of no culling versus a culling radius of 24. It's really hard to tell the difference. If you're looking right at them, you might be able to see it in the back with some of the pillars. And on Series S, in this particular scene, it saved us over 3 milliseconds. So this was a huge savings for us, and it was for 1 to 2 lines of code. Additionally, because we were doing ray tracing and our ray tracing LODs were generally much lower than our actual rasterization LODs, we ended up reusing these guys a lot for our directional lights. In this particular scene, we were able to save almost a millisecond by using our ray traced skinned meshes instead of our rasterization ones. And again, it's really hard to tell the difference if you're comparing them side by side. And then fairly late in the project, we also added another smaller setting where we were able to adjust the light source radius on VSMs to reduce the projection costs there. And we use this for Series S or Series X 60 Hertz and low NPCs. So ray trace shadows. The theory behind this and why we ended up exploring them was that our local light VSM invalidation was proving incredibly costly. Anytime you have a dynamic object going through a local light, it would invalidate it and it would want to re-render all of its shadow maps. Unreal does have the static separate to kind of account for this, but it doubles your memory, which is something we couldn't afford on the consoles. So we had to figure out other solutions. And that's really where ray tracing came in. We're only tracing the pixels we see on screen. We're not worrying about stuff behind characters or things that are occluded. Just trace what's on the screen. Additionally, with ray tracing shadows, you get free shadow penumbras, so that's always nice. And since we were already using hardware Lumen, we didn't have to worry about adding in any additional passes in the scene. Just our ray tracing stuff, and then everything else was already paid for and accounted for. It also had the nice benefit of allowing for some sort of partial shadowing solutions where we could have things in the VSM shadow and not in the ray tracing shadow. So something like the tops of a cave, so they could receive shadows, but they wouldn't actually cast any on the local lights by just removing them from the ray tracing scene. We did this fairly often with trees to save time. So a little bit more about our ray tracing. This is something we actually implemented quite late in the project, and after our 5.3 upgrade, so about a year out from ship. We ended up using it for all local lights whenever ray tracing is enabled due to performance. And we ended up using a custom pass and denoiser that we wrote. The stock Unreal ray trace shadows, at least in 5.3, were not very performant for us. They pretty much use a full screen dispatch and render target per light. So if you've got 8 lights, that's 8 full screen passes and 8 render targets that it keeps off to denoise, which was not something we could afford. Additionally, we ended up having to create an inline volumetric fog version for our ray trace shadows, since that just used the regular ray tracing shader and we got rid of those. But we were actually then able to refactor the volumetric fog function just enough that we could kick off the shadows early on it and then hide their costs behind async lumen. Most of the time we ended up using our volumetric fog shadows. We were in levels like this where we didn't actually have a directional light, so our async lumen pass would end up running quite long compared to the graphics, and so we ended up getting ray traced volumetric fog shadows for free. So a little bit more about our custom pass. It's similar in theory to the VSM one-pass projection. We pretty much use the cold light grid, trace the shadows, and then write them back into a packed shadow mask. This came about before Megalights was a thing, and even now Megalights is still experimental, so it works quite well for us. We supported 8 lights per pixel by default, and this was more just a don't go crazy with things lighting artists, and they were able to work with it means very well. We had 2 modes. We had a full screen pass where we allowed for 1 or more samples per pixels per light, which we used on high-end PCs. And then we had a checkerboard mode for consoles and lower quality things where we would render a checkerboard and then we would upscale and reconstruct and then retrace whatever we weren't confident with. This ended up being quite a bit under 1 sample per pixel per light. And we use this, like I said, on Xbox. And on Xbox Series S, it would on average save about 1 to 1.5 milliseconds. And here you can see where all the shadows are coming from and whatnot. So some comparison shots. First up, we have this one from Fior. In alpha, we were sitting at about 40 milliseconds on Series S, 30 hertz, with about 11 milliseconds in our VSM shadow depths and 8 milliseconds on our projections. After we had made our change to ray tracing, we were able to get this down to about 25 milliseconds, spending 3 milliseconds on our VSM shadow depths and 3 milliseconds on our ray tracing. And then our projection was an additional 2 for VSMs. If we turned off ray tracing and just said, OK, let's just see what the content was, our ray tracing was still faster than our VSMs by about 4 milliseconds, with the VSM cost shooting back up to 9.5 and an additional 2 milliseconds for projections and filtering. If you were to compare it to the stock Unreal ray trace shadows, frame time was even worse. It was about 34 milliseconds, where you'd be spending 18 milliseconds on ray tracing and denoising. So it was definitely worthwhile to write that pass. Here's another example from Nakuku Bell. Alpha frame time for Series S 30 hertz was about 37.5 milliseconds, with 13 milliseconds of VSM shadow depths and 1.5 for projections. And the volumetric fog at this point was sequential with the rest of it. Our final frame time with all of our changes was about a little over 23 milliseconds. And we were spending 3.5 milliseconds on our ray trace shadows, and we had no VSMs at this point since there was no directional light. And these 2 milliseconds we were spending for the volumetric shadows were free. They were hidden behind our async lumen costs. Again, turning off ray tracing and just using VSMs, we would jump up to 25.5 milliseconds, spending about 9.3 milliseconds on our shadow depths. And this is roughly what we saw, is that the more characters and dynamic objects in the lighting scene, the more you would get back from ray tracing. So a couple more notes about ray tracing. So on 5.3, not all of the passes were on async. Some of them were still in the graphics queue. We moved everything over to async, and this worked out well, and it was pretty easy. We also ended up moving the ray tracing scene update earlier in the frame. By default, it ran, I think, over the base pass. We moved it to run over the pre-Z and anti-vis buffer, and this saved us time. We did end up preventing landscapes from rebuilding every frame, which is the default behavior. This is done so that you can keep BLASs in sync with the landscape streaming. And in cases of really bad streaming performance, we do notice that they can get out of sync. But no one's really seemed to care or call out the issues, so I guess it's really not that much of an issue. In general, we did find that ray tracing saved us memory over distance fields, which was a big win. Our peak memory usage in DS on Series S was about 300 megabytes. If we were doing distance fields, we probably would have been about 500 or 600 megabytes more total, so savings of a couple hundred megabytes there. And we were also able to avoid any large GPU spikes from distance fields updates when we loaded in new world partition streaming cells. That said, ray tracing does have a higher CPU cost, at least to 5.3. And this was ultimately the reason why we couldn't afford it on Xbox Series S or Series X at 60 hertz. Our CPU times for collecting the ray tracing scene were just too high that they were pushing us over, and we needed to keep those as low as we could. So a little bit more on virtual textures. Actually making good time. Pretty much all of our textures in our game used the virtual texture system, with the exception of VFX and RVT textures. Those we needed pretty much right away and couldn't wait for feedback. They gave us more textures at a higher resolution and lowered and fixed our memory usage, which was always nice. But they did have the negative effect of making us texture address bound pretty much everywhere we used them. We weren't able to benefit from the vertex pixel shader precaching, so they hit the texture addressing unit pretty hard. Additionally, we had to spend extra effort on balancing the pools. We ended up trying and segregating our textures a bit. All of our character textures that we could, we threw into BC7s at 1K and environments at DXT1 at 2K. And this was really because we found that a lot of times our environment textures, even when we weren't oversubscribed, were kicking out our character textures. And we needed those guys to be resident as we would cut from gameplay into conversation, so we wouldn't see the texture streaming. In the future, it'd be nice if we could find a way to keep them all in the same pool, but still have ways of segregating them. So that's something we'll probably look at in the future. Additionally, we had to spend extra effort to make sure that only the pools we wanted were created. By default, you get 15 pools max, and then you hard crash. You can, of course, increase this to 31, but you're doubling your overhead, which in a memory-constrained environment isn't ideal. And a lot of times, it's very easy to create pools you don't want. One of the easiest examples is our artist would hook up the default engine virtual texture, or default engine normal texture, which is a 1x1 texture that is an RGBA8, which means we are now creating an RGBA pool that we don't want. So we ended up doing the simple thing. We created a 2x2 that we could then block compress and then fit in the pool we wanted it in and use that. But that was something that it's very easy to create when you don't need. We did also run into some weird issues with the material layering system in virtual textures. If our artist used a texture in the base function or material function for the virtual or for the layered system and then relied on that, it would never actually get properly added to the texture array that needs to pre-cache before you load the material. So you'd end up with a race condition between the texture loading and the material loading. And if you got the material loaded first, you'd get an invalid virtual texture binding, which would persist until that material is reloaded. A lot of times that meant we were getting bad normals on our characters because those were missed. So wrapping up a little bit with some final thoughts. First on the stuff we went. If there's one thing I'd say in general, especially as a smaller team, don't bind an engine works really, really well. For Nanite, definitely prefer more geometry and simpler materials. We found work a lot better. If you can, avoid any of the per pixel evaluation costs whenever you can. So your mass materials, PDO, and turn off WPO whenever you can. Of course, limiting your material variances also helps. This will help ray tracing as well, but Nanite likes to draw on material-wide things, so if you can have the least amount of them, you'll have the least amount of draw calls there. And if you can do variations through CPDs, do it. And of course, make sure you're working with world partition to control what is loaded. Nanite can rasterize a lot really fast, but it still can get clogged down if you're trying to render a lot of small things that don't need to be. For Lumen, definitely I'd say make sure to pay attention to what is in your surface cache. Like I said, it's really easy to waste space there. And of course, it's important to fine tune with the CVARs, but be careful and make sure you're aware of what they're doing and keeping track of them. Changing them all in one go, you can get yourself into a lot of trouble. And in general, I'd say it's a lot easier to go from hardware to software than software to hardware. So if you're starting a project, I'd say err on the side of starting with hardware. It's a lot easier to go downgrade yourself to software than it is to add back in the hardware support later on. For shadows, definitely don't be beholden to a single solution. VSMs work great for the directional light we found, but they definitely can struggle with local lights. Ray trace shadows, on the other hand, work really well with the local lights, your point lights, your spotlights, your rect lights. So if you can, and you're already doing it, look into that. And of course, contact shadows, don't sleep on them. They seem to have a bad rap, especially at our studio, as being expensive, but they end up being a lot cheaper than the other options, so I don't know why you wouldn't. Virtual textures, they're liberating, but they're not free, and of course, keep an eye on your pools. Some other final things that are just agnostic to it that we found worked really, really well. Of course, establishing your benchmark hardware early on is really important, we feel. Consoles are ideal for this. They have fixed costs. You don't have to worry about any other processes kicking in, nor are you at the whims of drivers from graphics cards. For us, we chose the Xbox Series S, and this we found out worked really, really well. And of course, finding a parity in performance when shipping on multiple devices works great too. Find the settings on Xbox Series X that kind of mimic the performance you want on Series S, and then go from there. And it'll keep them more or less in line. Definitely, I would say disable dynamic resolution during development. In my opinion, it should be there to cover spikes in gameplay and whatnot, and not cover up non-performance. And if you've got this on during development, you more or less kind of have your head in the sand with no real idea of what the GPU is doing and what the state it's in. So having that turned off and being actually aware of where the GPU is and where you stand is important. And when you actually do start optimizing and looking at your frame time, make sure to turn off async work when you're optimizing passes. It will overlap and skew timings, so a lot of times you'll be like, oh, I'm making progress, and then you're like, oh, actually I'm not. It's just how the work overlapped. Definitely also always be profiling. We had weekly performance meetings where we would sit down and we would play the game, or more specifically, we'd have a QA person play the game and we watched and made comments. And that was great for keeping an eye on what was actually going on in the game. We could take captures during it, and we had just, even if we weren't necessarily fixing things, we at least knew what was going on and where things would change. We also had an autoplayer system, which I highly recommend getting if you haven't. It helps keep track of you making progress and allowed us to really kind of fill out the world where gameplay wasn't catching it. And of course, keep and revisit old captures is another one that I would definitely recommend. We took a lot of PIX captures during development, and it's really easy for you to make big engine changes, whether upgrading the engine or a bunch of content goes in, and have performance regressions. If you're keeping old captures and you occasionally check them, you can see those regressions and you can catch them and you can fix them. For us specifically, an example is we had our super sampler. We were using FSR2 on Xbox. And at some point, we had upgraded to FSR3, and we actually had a performance regression down to 3 milliseconds from our top, or maybe it was a whole millisecond of difference. And we didn't catch it for a while. It was only going back and looking at an old capture that we're like, we regressed here, and what's going on? And then we found, comparing it, well, there wasn't much difference when we went from FSR 2 to 3, so let's just go back to 2, and we saved ourselves some time there. And with that, I'm pretty much all done, and I'd just like to say thank you to all these people who helped me with my presentation and everything, and I actually have time for questions, so that's really nice. Thank you.
All good? Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the talk. We're going to be doing realistic and lightweight baked water simulations for games. So my name is Devin Penny. I am a senior simulation programmer at Epic Games. Done a lot of work on fluid simulation. I wrote Niagara Fluids, if some people are familiar with that. We're going to talk about this new tool set that we made for baking water simulations that was used on the Witcher 4 Unreal Engine 5 tech demo that everyone saw here. And we use it to add these realistic and super efficient rivers to that really rich environment. And also, beyond what we did in that demo, we're going to talk about some other uses where we utilize these bake simulations for coupled chaos simulations for doing like water interactive gameplay elements. Okay, so this is just some clips from the Witcher 4 demo that used the water. These are all running, as you all know, at 60 FPS on the PS5, and these rivers are living in this super complicated environment that we all learn about with the nanite foliage and all these other elements that make it really interesting to try to integrate something else that is typically very computationally expensive, water. So it was a really big challenge to make it work at perf with a very small budget and also just integrate it into this world because of the really complex lighting and other environmental aspects of it. So this is a brief overview of the tool set, doing baked fluid simulations. And we're using a Niagara fluid simulation under the hood for doing the river using shallow water. And we use those to bake out the simulations to textures, use them in game, use them for rendering, use them for physics. And this is a new experimental feature in 5.6, part of the Water Advanced plugin. So, that's where you would want to find it. Okay, so here's just kind of an overview of the talk. So we're going to start by talking about that baking workflow and kind of drive that by the Witcher 4 kind of examples that we have. And we're going to kind of go through the entire process of the baking. And then we're going to go on to sort of the water simulation concepts. Just briefly, this is not the main part of this talk, but it's really helpful to sort of understand how water simulation works for things like this in order to know the limitations and the advantages of a system like this. Finally, we'll talk about the surface shaders and secondary particles, which are really responsible for bringing this whole thing to life, because otherwise, you only have this very static-based simulation. And the last thing we'll talk about is that chaos integration to show how we can use the baked river data for gameplay elements by coupling the velocities you get from the river with chaos. So first, we will talk about the baking workflow. So here is just like an overview of the general editor workflow for doing the bake simulations. In purple, we have the first stage, which is just what a lot of people who are used to working with water bodies in the engine might seem familiar with, is just laying out your rivers, using the river splines, modeling the terrain, modeling your landscape, and just making sure that you have something where water can flow down it. So that's really all that matters here. And we do rely on those spline-based water bodies to sort of guide the river. We'll talk more about that later, about how spline-based rivers are used. Main part of this is just like making sure your map can handle rivers. Second part, simulating the river and reviewing it. So here you're just running the shallow water simulation, seeing what it looks like live in the editor, and just sort of modifying your, you can move some collision objects around and things like that, and just change simulation parameters however you want in order to get the results that you want. And finally, once you're good with your simulation, you bake it with just a button, and that propagates the data to all of the water bodies in your map, and you can preview it. And a lot of times, you're not done just there. You have to repeat this process because water might flow over some area. You might have to make some changes somewhere. So it's definitely an iterative thing. So here we'll just talk about the modeling phase. And this is sort of an illustration that we saw from the keynote that demonstrates the flow of the river and what happens when you move a collision object. So here, during the modeling phase, you have some rocks as colliders, and you'll move them around in your map, and you'll get different flow depending on where you put those objects, and the flow will adapt to these types of things. And we found that you can get really interesting results by just moving rocks around in the river, just like a normal river. Depending on where rocks are, you'll get like different types of rapids and things like that. And that's something we'll definitely discuss later on when we talk about the chaos integration. But purely for visual uses, like in the Witcher 4 thing, also really important to just place them to give interesting results. Also, really important thing that doesn't really illustrate it here, but anyone who's run fluid simulations know you can't really predict what they're going to do before you start it. So you might model your landscape, have your height field, run the simulation, water spills out over the side. Pretty common thing. This is where having that iterative workflow is really helpful because you can change it and put a rock in where it spills over or change the terrain a bit, that kind of thing. So on the Witcher 4 demo, we had 2 simulated rivers. Each of those 2 rivers was comprised of between 2 and 4 spline rivers, or spline water bodies. And those all kind of had branching, so they all met to one water body and then flowed into the main river. You can kind of see running top down on this image. And that main river there was not simulated. That was just a normal spline-based water body. But the ones in pink were all simulated. And we definitely had a lot of iterative work with CD Projekt Red on the terrain, because they modeled the terrain and then you'd run a sim and the water would spill over or something like that. And you have 2 dueling things here. You have what the art direction is and what the artists want to do, and then you have what the simulation wants to do. And you really have to meet somewhere in the middle to make sure that both work well together. So we added a lot of controls for that, like making sure that you can push the water towards the spline in case it flows over, and just find other ways of working around that. So all of this work is controlled by this new actor we introduced called the Shallow Water River Actor. It controls everything related to the simulation and baking process, and we'll just give a quick overview of it here. So at the very top, in purple, you have just these buttons that are very useful. You can bake it with one click. You can reset the simulation with one click. So maybe you make some changes to your landscape and you just want to rerun the simulation. You press reset, and it kind of handles resetting everything with your simulation. Otherwise, like when you just have your Niagara simulation, you put it into a scene, sometimes it can be kind of tricky to kind of manage all of this and make sure that everything works correctly, but we kind of made sure that that was all encapsulated really nicely in this actor. So next, going from top down, all the simulation parameters. Like I said, this is all driven by a Niagara Fluids simulation. So it's a typical shallow water simulation from Niagara Fluids, and tuned for some specific things related to the baking process and working with spline-based rivers. Same basic thing though. Anyway, so we have some parameters here that all connect to that Niagara simulation, and you can change them here for convenience. Note that for those of you who are used to using Niagara, you can also just open up Niagara itself and play with it just like you would with any other Niagara system. So the next section's probably the most important one to change first, because it's the only one you really need to make sure to do before you get any results, is what are the source water bodies? So this is where you connect up the ones in your map that you want to simulate. And once you connect that up to here, it'll kind of take over the material assignments and things like that, because the whole purpose of this actor is to act as an interstitial between the simulation and the water bodies to make sure that they render the live sim, render the baked sim, do some debug view, things like that. And finally, something that we'll go into a little more is the collisions. So collisions are definitely the key component to this for getting good visuals. And if you've run fluid simulations before, you know that is like the crux of running a good fluid sim is really good collisions. So here's where you set up your collision objects. And to go into it a little more detail, we do collisions based on a number of things, but it really all comes down to making some height field that lives underneath where the water will simulate for the water to flow along. So we'll use landscapes, you can use static meshes, and you basically just can tag them or add them to a list. Sometimes you might want to dilate them. So when we say dilate, what we're doing is basically making the collision object a little bit bigger. And you might want to do that because we noticed on the Witcher stuff that sometimes the water would flow through the colliders. And that's just because when you generate the height field for the collision objects, you don't get quite what you expect. So you have all the controls. And here we're just showing a debug rendering where you show the collision surface in orange. So here we have, in addition to that orange view, we have other rendering states that kind of take control of rendering the river to show you different views of it. This first one on the left is just the water component. The water component is what you would get normally if you were just rendering the water bodies themselves with no simulation. So when you're editing the spline points, you often want to have it in water component mode because then you can just see kind of this very simplistic view of it. In the middle, you can do the live simulation, so you can see the propagation of the flow. And on the right, the bake simulation, which is what you use in-game and is a super optimized view of everything. Okay, so next we're going to just talk about the water simulation concepts that work behind the scenes here to get the results. So everything here relies on shallow water simulation. Shallow water simulation is a 2D fluid simulation technique that just generates a height field that describes the fluid state. So you get the fluid height, and there's some amount of depth associated with it, and a two-dimensional velocity vector on that surface that represents the flow velocity. And so this is something we've had in Niagara Fluids for a very long time. We're using the same basic simulator we've always used. In this example we're showing here, we have ripples coming off of a character using shallow water. It's a pretty robust type of simulation that lets you do things from ripples like this to rivers. So the same core architecture can be used in a lot of different scenarios. Okay, so this is just imagine a slice through that two-dimensional domain. This is roughly what you get where you have water and collision objects, and we're just saying it's a landscape here because that's generally what you're dealing with. So in blue, that's your water. It always lives on top of the landscape, and you get columns of water. You have one column of water per cell. You can't have multiple heights per cell. This is purely a height field fluid, and it's an important thing to remember because that means you can't have water flowing under and over a collision object at the same time. You only get one. You can only flow over things, essentially. It's the easiest way to think about it. And then in orange, we have the landscape. So in this case, this is where the water will flow. Imagine you're emitting water from the left. You'll get water that flows down this landscape and fills the domain. One really important thing to note here, the left two most cells don't have any blue above them. That means they're empty, they're just dry cells. So a lot of times when you think about shallow water simulation, you refer to dry and wet cells. And it's an important thing to note because there's just different things you need to do whether you're considering a dry or wet cell. And that is definitely true with every case with simulating rivers is not every single cell in your simulation has water because you're only flowing where the river basin is, that kind of thing. So here is a very common problem with shallow water simulation that we did some improvements for with developing this baked workflow. So on the top, you have a very common artifact you get where you have sort of sizzling, popping parts of the water surface that don't look realistic at all. And this is because shallow water is inherently quite unstable, especially in cases when you get it to be too deep, too fast, or your simulation cells are too small, or just some combination of those factors. So a lot of times you run a shallow water simulation for a river flows, generates like a pool somewhere, you don't know beforehand how deep that pool will be. So you'll get problems like this. And what you do is there's just some techniques that we use for making sure that you just cap the maximum depth of the water that you integrate with. And by doing that, you can help really isolate and reduce these high amplitude waves that you see in the top video, and they basically just disappear in the bottom one. And just to note, this is not something you really need to worry about. If you use this tool set, it sets it automatically for you. So just something behind the scenes. Also, a lot of times you have this problem with running river simulations where you get these thin streams of water that run along the landscape that don't really act realistically, because in reality, you wouldn't have a thin stream of water that just sort of like flows as fast as it does, and it's just some limitations of the algorithm, the core bit of the algorithm. And we introduced just friction using Manning's roughness coefficients. These are kind of interesting. So hydrological studies have used these for a long time to just sort of describe the like macro properties of that bottom contour that water flows on. And these units don't mean anything for practical use with what we do, but I just really think it's interesting that they make distinctions between concrete channels and saltwater marshes and things like that at this sort of like very macroscopic scale. So anyway, we use this idea of having friction that's just based on the water depth that lets you change how fast water moves in very shallow areas, and it really helps make the river simulations more stable. Okay, so in the next part, we'll talk about the stuff that really brings this all to life with the rendering and secondary particles. So there are a couple components that we use here in that Witcher 4 demo and what's in the engine for advecting FFT waves, which gives surface ripples that move with the flow. Advected foam, which is just what you might expect is sort of like white frothy areas of the water that have been churned up. And then also spray particles that use Niagara simulations to propagate just things that leave the surface and just add more three-dimensional detail to this 2D water simulation. So the first thing we'll talk about is texture advection. So this is what moves waves along the surface of the water. So the water surface, when you bake it out, is a deformed plane that has velocities on it. It's just a static velocity field. Because you bake it out when it reaches a steady state, you only have one velocity. It's not a time series. And the idea is that you want to use that velocity field to push some texture along it. And this is a pretty common problem in computer graphics. You get stretching. You get problems with it. So that's something we need to deal with. And so the first thing before we have to figure out how we deal with the stretching when you advect that surface texture is what is the texture we advect? And we use FFT waves. This is something commonly used for oceans, but pretty easily adaptable to stuff like rivers by just changing all the parameters of the FFT simulation to just suppress all of those really suppress all those low frequency waves like large ocean swells. And if you kind of play with it enough, you can get a little patch that looks pretty good and is just only those sort of more high frequency details that you would get in a river or a lake or things like that. And note, because, especially because it's FFT based, this is a repeating texture that tiles very nicely. And note that we could do two things. We could bake this out to an atlas, or you could use it live. And in our system, we chose to use it live because the FFT is quite fast, and it uses far less memory than having some baked out atlas where you have to worry about how it loops and things like that. So keeping it live adds a lot of detail and doesn't have it repeat. It works out really well. So now we want to make sure that we can push it along the surface. So with making sure the advection works well, you can't just sort of take that water texture, the FFT patch, and just push it along the velocity field. It'll stretch out and it won't look realistic. And this is because unlike the spline-based rivers, the velocity field you get with shallow water is very rich. There's a lot of detail. There are places where the flow does things that will naturally just stretch any texture. So in order to deal with this, we do a lot of texture blending. So in this example, we kind of are trying to illustrate part of the river from the Witcher 4 demo and advecting several different texture UV sets that are reset periodically. And the idea here is that you let the fluid push that texture along, and then you reset it at some point. And when you reset it, there's no more stretching. And you don't notice a pop in it resetting because you have another one that picks up. So you're constantly recycling these sets of UVs in order to make sure that you don't get any stretching. But you do end up still getting stretching. There's no way to get rid of the stretching completely using this unless you do other additions that are more expensive. So you end up getting stretching, but it's far minimized than just doing just sort of naive texture advection through this, this fluid field, velocity field. So in order to combat that, there's another technique that we use called texture bracketing. And this is a very different technique, and I'm talking about it very briefly here. I highly recommend looking at Hugh Bowles' shader toy example for this for more details. But the core idea here is that you discretize the directions you advect along, and then advect the fluid along those directions and blend them. So if you have a velocity that's moving, you take the two closest directions on either side. Imagine there's cardinal directions on a compass. Advect along those cardinal directions, and then based on how close it is to each one of those, you just kind of lerp between them. And the end result of it is, and you can kind of see it here, is you get the texture slides over itself, but it's not stretching. So in this case, you have a different artifact, but this artifact is, in some cases, less objectionable than the stretching. So obviously, we can't just use one of those, but we use both of them together. And in cases like this, where you have much higher frequency detail than something like that, that checkerboard, you don't really notice it. So it works pretty well. And as you might expect, there's a million controls for it, but generally you don't need to touch them too much because it'll just work for the types of rivers we have. There are cases where it does break down, but it works pretty well as a general purpose tool. Okay, so that kind of establishes how we do texture advection, and we talked about it for the surface waves. So in addition to surface waves, we also have foam that you want to advect on the surface. And here is a very exaggerated image of the foam. This is not what's in the actual project, but I just kind of wanted to make it look as obvious as possible up on the big screen. So foam is just another texture. It's no different than the water surface detail, it just lays on top of the surface. And the question is, where do you put foam? Well, pretty common techniques for this is you just derive different quantities from the fluid velocity field and use that to sort of use as your emission criteria for this foam mask. And so in this case, we use curvature and vorticity. So in purple is curvature. And you can imagine curvature is really just isolating those places where the fluid flow changes direction pretty quickly. So where I have circled is water pouring over a rock and then continuing downstream. So you get a discontinuity there. Not really discontinuity, but a very sharp point. It'll isolate those sharp points and say, hey, this is probably where we should have some whitewater. That doesn't encompass all the areas that you would see whitewater. Another common place that you would be places of high vorticity. So in the more pinkish color, this is a place where you have high vorticity where the water is spinning. So vorticity will give you a measure of how fast the water is spinning in any area. And this will help isolate things like eddies or other rotational components to the velocity field of the fluid. And also, one thing I should mention, these are blended together, and you can kind of change the magnitude of like which one contributes more to the foam mask. So it's a very flexible system for it. And you also use that same emission criteria for spray particles. So in this case, we are emitting them mainly from curvature, but you could emit them from other things too. And the thing to note here, this is an example from the Witcher 4 demo. We had to use masked opaque sprites for the whitewater. That is by far the fastest way to render whitewater. It's a little unfortunate, because there's only so much you can do with masked opaque particles, and it makes it really tricky, but you can get a nicer look when you use transparent particles too, or meshes. So there's a lot of flexibility with the system to change how you render the foam, the spray particles, and you can get different looks from it. So here's just an example of the river with the whitewater particles mixing with the foam. And one of the things that we had to do was really make sure that the whitewater and the foam, the whitewater and the spray particles kind of mixed together nicely because they're very different textures and very different materials used. And in this demo, we had just wildly different lighting conditions, and it was very challenging to get things mixing together really well. And this is just all of the layers put together. So again, like in this case, we have those fairly opaque masked particles that are used for the spray particles and mixing them with the foam. All right, so in the final part of this talk, we're going to go through chaos integration. This is something that was not used on the Witcher 4 demo, and is something that we've been working on for a separate demo. So the chaos integration is using that baked fluid surface and the velocities to drive rigid bodies. So we have this really compact, nice representation of the river from the baking process. And because it's a static velocity field, it's very easy to just use it as an array, and it can work with networked applications or anything that Chaos supports. So there have been previous integrations of buoyancy in the engine that use more simplistic models, so either just spheres like pontoons that live on boats, or boxes for chaos integration that really only use the velocity of the fluid sampled at one point on the box. So in cases like that, you can't support rotating velocity fields where you might have the fluid flow spin an object, and the drag model didn't support things like using the actual shape of the object. So in this case, we wanted to generalize and make sure that we support 1, convex hulls, and 2, complex river flows. And obviously, making sure that it is performant and can handle multiple interacting bodies at once. So we make some concessions for accuracy to make sure that we can handle the types of things that we would have in general case experiences built with Unreal. So here is just a little bit of math. Doesn't really matter too much if you look at it too closely. But the force computation for saying, how do we use the fluid flow to impact a rigid body has a lot of parameters to it that you don't need to worry about as an artist or as a developer, but show the complexity of this model that we have. So it depends on the area of the object. So if you have something that is really long and thin, it will behave different than something that's more pancake shaped. We're doing things like computing the volume of that object below the water surface and utilizing the fluid velocity sampled across the entire surface of the object to do a surface integral to get a really accurate representation of how the fluid impacts the object regardless of the shape. So we'll go into a little bit of detail about the algorithm we use for computing that force. Here we're showing a box in that orangish color. That could be a convex hull. Normally when we use this, you end up using a convex hull. It gives much better results without a huge amount more cost, but the boxes are very, very efficient to do too. And what we do is we compute a single water plane per box. So in this case, you have a water plane that spans across really the bounds of the box. And we do one water plane per box to just make the algorithm more simple. It'll become more clear in the next slide. And so we sample that water height, we sample the water normal, and use that. And note that in practical use, you often have more than one shape per rigid. So in that case, you'll have one water plane per rigid. So you can get much more complex interaction with the water when you have very large objects or things that are, have just very detailed shapes. So first thing you do after you have that water plane is you compute the intersection points of that water plane and your box, or imagine it's a convex. And it's really the same integration code regardless of box or convex hull. And the next thing we do is we compute the volume and area of each face below that water plane of the object. And this is really important because when you do buoyancy forces, you need to know how much of that object is submerged under the water to be able to push it up out of the water. And so this generalizes to convex hulls really nicely too. It involves like making this sort of fan triangle distribution, tessellation on the object below the water surface. And this is also sort of where we start sampling the water properties like the depth and the velocity in order to make sure that we can interact, have that velocity transferred to the rigid bodies. And one thing to note here, I said we have one plane per object. You can imagine in theory that instead of having one plane that gives sort of this very approximate integration, there are algorithms out there that have a very accurate intersection between the water surface and your convex hull. The downside of that is it requires a lot more computation and often involves like reteslating your convex hulls to match the tessellation rate of your simulation, which for very complicated simulations can be very expensive and often not worth it because in very flat areas of a river, it doesn't really matter that much. And even in other areas, it's not that important because a lot of these forces involved are fairly low frequency things compared to collision events you get for just hard geometry. So as the final step, we come up with the force you apply to the body. So in yellow here, we have the force you apply. Obviously in blue, that's the fluid velocity. So depending on a bunch of those parameters that we just calculated, you come up with some force for the object. Here are some practical examples. So here we have boxes of different densities. And some of you might remember back to grade school, you talk about Archimedes' principle. So in red, we have an object that has a density of 0.5 grams per centimeter cubed. And half of the object is above water and half of it's below water. As you move to the right, those two have very low density, and they sit very high up on the water. Note that you do get some instability with really low density things. And that's something that, at least for now, you need to be careful of if you're using the system and make sure you dial in what density basically the highest density you can get away with for your object that you want to simulate. And as we move left, you get different properties. An interesting thing is the second one from the left is neutrally buoyant. So in this case, it's the same density as the water. And if any of you have gone scuba diving, often you'll adjust your density as you're diving to make sure that you float in the water without moving up or down due to buoyancy. So you can kind of get that kind of effect too. This is a very simple example of the drag model that we use. So with this drag model, the really important thing to note is the surface area in the direction of movement matters a lot. So both of these boxes have the same initial velocity and start at kind of the same point, but one of them propagates much farther than the other one. This is because the aerodynamic drag has a really big impact on how fast it approaches the velocity of the water. And so in this case, the water is just still. So it's just like how fast does it come to rest? And this property works not only for surface velocity like this, but also for buoyancy too. If anyone here has ever like jumped into a body of water, like into a pool, if you do a pencil dive and just kind of get really straight and just jump in, you go way deeper in the water than you do if you make a belly flop. And this is the same principle at play here, and you'll see that in the example we give a little bit later with the demo we created. So in addition to the drag model, a really important part of this is applying torque, and this is something that was missing from previous algorithms. So here we have a constrained rigid body that can only rotate and is sticking down into the water. And it's rotating because of the velocity of the river passing underneath it. So you can make things like water wheels. And this is kind of a cool thing you can do where you can start making some like emergent gameplay elements that power things based on water. And it's actually quite fun to play with and just like make little things that sit in the water and like move because of the fluid flow. Okay, so now we're going to talk about gameplay. All of these elements combined together make for some really interesting opportunities. So here I have an example of myself paddling some whitewater back in 2012, before I worked at Epic. And it's a river in California called Cache Creek, one of my favorite places. And this is the final rapid in the river that's really hard, called Mother. And it's a pretty exciting thing to do because you have to adapt to how the fluid flow affects your boat. You're constantly reacting to it and changing the way you're paddling. You never know exactly what's going to happen. And you really feel connected to the water. So that's something that I thought was like, man, that is a really neat thing that we might want to encapsulate in games. And also, another thing that makes it a really unique experience is this idea of unpredictability. So at the bottom of this rapid, there's a little beach on the left, and you can see a bunch of boats there. People just pull out of the river, grab a beer, and just watch the carnage where everyone's falling out of the raft. And it's like a great place to see it. It's quite entertaining. One time, my wife, who I do most of my whitewater with, took her very adventurous mom out with us on this river. And they were ahead of me, and I was paddling, and all of a sudden I look to my right, and I see my mother-in-law clinging to some grass on the side, and the river was trying to pull her down, but she's holding on. And I said, are you okay? As I float past, I can't stop. You can see what the river looks like. It's like really quite strong. And she just said, I'm fine. And wasn't able to help. She ended up just floating down on her back. She was totally okay. She had a great time. And it was really memorable for all of us. So really want to capture these sort of very emergent properties of whitewater rafting in a game because it's unpredictable, it's fun, and it makes you feel connected with the environment you're in. So this is the demo we built. And this is something you can see on the expo floor. I'll be there after this talk, and you can come talk to me. I can show it to you. So this is just stress testing everything that we have combined together in this one demo. So we have the Baked River workflow. We made this river canyon with PCG, the scattered geometry, some of which is used as collision objects. And I really tried here to design the rapids by moving rocks and changing the gradient of the river to give things that felt realistic and at least inspired by what I've experienced in real life. And all of the boat dynamics here are driven by the chaos integration I mentioned before. So when you paddle, the only real thing we define there is what is the paddling motion. And everything else is just derived from physics. So all of the gameplay is like completely emergent, having to like navigate the rapids without flipping the boat. You'll notice here, I don't flip the boat. It is very easy to flip the boat. I just ran it until I didn't flip the boat. And so the drag model that we talked about earlier can spin the boat around if you get on the side and there's an eddy that kind of rotates you. You can see right there, I just start to rotate and you have to counteract it. So you're always like reacting to the river in like a really dynamic way. And it's really fun. It's really interesting. And so the other component to this that's a little removed from what we've talked about is there's a lot of chaos integration to get that character working. So there's a bunch of constraints that keep the character's hands on the paddles as you move, and some really interesting interplays between that chaos integration with the water and the chaos like constraints that keep that character working. And so I have to give a shout out to a whole bunch of people. This was not just me that worked on it. Jim Van Allen did a lot of work to get the rafting working as like a gameplay element and get the character in the boat and all the constraints set up. Stephen Barnett helped tweak the raft controls and all the drag. We worked a lot together on it. Tim Brackenseek did the raft modeling and surfacing and all of the geometry of the raft. Claire Smith did sound. Jack Oakman did the environment modeling. Dan Pearson and Jonas Anderson did some shader work and spray particle work. Cedric Khalad and Bryce Criswell and Michael Baylog really helped out with supporting this project, and it was really fun to work on. So yeah, you can come find me on the expo floor. I'd be happy to show it to you and go through it, show you the project too. And so in the future, we'd love to do other things too. We'd love to improve that drag model, just support other things with it. There's a lot you can do. There's also a lot we can do to just improve the general rendering of the foam and the water surface. Just taking a pass over all of that and really making sure we can dial it in really well and just add some other features that we've been playing with. And here I just wanted to show something as just a teaser example of something I'd really like to do that's not ready for production whatsoever, or even a talk, is the idea of coupling for 3D sims. So in this case, we have a 3D flip simulation for liquids and this ellipsoid that both makes splashes and can be affected by the water as we move the boxes. So I think there's a lot of other types of things that we can make with 3D sims. Obviously, very expensive, but mainly just for the purposes of seeing how far we can push water-based emergent gameplay. And here, if you're interested in any of the references we use, recommend taking a picture of it, or just you can come ask me and I can give some of this info. But there's a lot of really good literature out there on this topic. And I kind of picked and choose the things that worked really well for this. OK, yeah, and thanks to all of you. And yeah, please come by the expo right after this, and I'd be happy to give you a demo. Thanks. If there's any questions, yeah, feel free to come up to the mic.
So how are you blending?
It's time. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Powering Up Your Projects with SceneGraph and Verse. Whether you're new to SceneGraph or new to UEFN, you've come to the right place. So we'll get started here. So a little about me. My name is Evan Brown. I'm a programmer writer at Epic. Kind of a strange title, but basically I make game examples, documentation, and the occasional template in UE and UEFN. The TLDR is I make things, and then I write about how to do it through documentation and other examples. Basically, I ask myself a lot, how do I help people have fun? So, we got a packed agenda today. We're going to be going over the what and the why of SceneGraph, Verse and its many versisms. I'm going to take you on a sample SceneGraph journey. We're going to be creating a platformer both in SceneGraph and in Creative, and to show you the differences between the two. And then we're going to be talking about SceneGraph, the future, and you guys. All right, let's get into it. So, SceneGraph, what is it? Why is it? How is it? So, at its core, at the absolute most basic level, SceneGraph is a unified structure that connects all the different objects in the world together. Whether you've worked in UEFN or UE, you're probably used to hierarchically representing your data in the outliner, right? You have objects nested under each other, parented, child objects. Basically just a way to organize them, but SceneGraph takes that a little bit further by organizing all your different objects in the scene under one simulation entity, which sits at the very top. Now, while that might sound really, really simple, ultimately, it's a guiding framework for the future metaverse that we're trying to create. I have an example here on the right of a SceneGraph setup where we have at the very top this object that represents the house itself, and then for each of the different subsections, the roof, the walls, the floor, we have more nesting of these different objects to create a whole, right? Now, the really big important thing for you to know about is that we're going to be transitioning away from the Unreal Engine actor system in favor of a new system of entities and components. What's that? So we'll start with talking about entities. Entities are basically just containers, right? You should think of them as an empty box. They start out with nothing in them. They're just object. That's it. But entities can act as containers both for entities and for components. What's a component? Well, it's something that provides data and behavior to that entity, right? When I say an entity starts out with nothing, I really mean it. It doesn't even have a transform. It doesn't even have a place in 3D space. If you want to add that to an entity, you have to add it through components, right? You add a transform component to give it a location. You add a mesh component to, actually be able to see it. You add a light component to allow it to shine light, that sort of thing. And so by doing this, by building up these entities in this way using components in a compositional manner, you can create far more complex objects than you were able to before. And when you land on a design that you really like, for instance, that house from the previous example, that's a nice collection of entities, each with their own different meshes and transforms. You can save them in what's known as a prefab. So when you save a prefab, it saves that entire collection of entities and components as a single object that gets exposed as an asset, right? So you can save that prefab and then drag it out into the level, and boom, you have an entirely new version of that entire collection of entities and components, right? So you start with one house, you really like it, you drag out the prefab of that house, okay, now you have 2, 3, 4, 5 houses, you got an entire suburb. So that's entities, but let's talk about components, right? I said components add data and behaviors, but it might not be immediately clear what a component is. Well, it's a lot of things. So firstly, there's a couple of built-in features that are components. Through the API, we provide to you things such as transform components, so you can, place your object in the level. A mesh component, so you can actually represent, the object in space. And then things like light components to, shine lights. Basically, a set of building blocks that are really easy to get started with and get working with. Further than that, components can also be your own user-defined verse code. Now, traditionally, you've been used to writing verse code and then, you have to put a creative device in the level, drag it out, assign editables, and then you run code from that when the game begins. Instead, you can write that same code as a component. And when you do this, instead of having a central object in the level that runs code, that manipulates other objects, that dictates what they do, you can put this component on an entity, and the data and behaviors from that verse code become part of the entity itself. As an example, we have here this super basic my cool new component, right? And then in onBegin simulation, which runs when the component begins simulating, it just does hello world, right? Super duper simple. But instead of like a verse device where I drag this out, I could put this same component on every single entity, every single sub-entity in that house I showed you earlier. That would probably overload the screen, might not be the best design, but it's something you can do. You can run code from each of these individual entities. And then, kind of as I alluded to earlier, components can also be your own assets. So meshes you import, VFX you import into your level, even prefabs, right? If you save a prefab, you can expose it to verse, and by extension, your verse components through your assets.digest.verse file. Meaning you can instantiate these objects at runtime. You can swap out meshes, spawn VFX, do all these other sorts of things because you can spawn them as components and they become part of the entity. So, back to entities, right? I said we're moving away from the Unreal Engine actor system, but not really the why of it. Well, there's a couple things. So, unlike actors, which have a lot of inherited behaviors, a lot of inherited components that make up what they are, entities aim to provide the most minimal building block to get started with, right? When I say an empty container, again, I really, really mean it. By putting components on these entities, you add weight, you add data, you add behaviors to build up an object from scratch rather than having to start from an actor, right? And all relations the entity has to the level, such as its position, its mesh, its ability for you to interact with it, come from said components. Here's a bit more of an in-depth entity prefab setup. We have this lamp prefab here, right? That's how to be referenced in the assets file. And then this is made up of two different entities. First is the lamppost, which has three components. Got a transform to give it place in space, a mesh to represent it, and then some gameplay element, right? This could be a piece of verse code or a interactable component, something that lets you play with it. Then underneath it has a sub-entity, which is this lamp, which again also has three components. It's got a transform, a mesh, and a light. And so if just two entities, you can already create a functional piece of gameplay in your experience, save it as a prefab, and I like this lamp, I want to reuse it, save it as a prefab, drag it out, copy it a bunch of times in the level. If, for instance, I say, I don't like the wood anymore, I'm not really sure of this design, I can go to the prefab editor, swap out the mesh on the lamppost, and then update this lamp for every single lamp in the level immediately. And I could do that on an individual level too, right? I could make a whole rainbow of different lamps by just changing the light on each individual one. But you have the flexibility to do it either way. TLDR, structure content the way you like. So, verse. Verse is the scary thing, but I'm going to guide you through it here. So, when talking about the relationship between scene graph and verse, we kind of first need to talk about, well, the metaverse itself. And the metaverse has a couple of challenges that need to be addressed to actually work. First off, it needs to be always on, right? It never needs to turn off. Everyone's islands need to keep simulating. Everyone's experiences need to keep going. The whole simulation should never crash. And then content in the metaverse needs to be transferable between worlds, right? If I have a really cool car design, and you're hanging out on your island, I should be able to drive it into your island. You import all the different assets for it and transfer it in a way that you don't have to import a million different libraries and other random things. By sticking with a system that's a bit more unified, such as entity and components, we can start to facilitate that. Now, speaking of that car, authored content also needs to be strong and it needs to be stable in this metaverse, right? I shouldn't be able to make a car entity that runs a piece of verse code that crashes your experience when I drive in, right? Like it finds every single entity in your scene and then deletes them. We don't want that. So verse kind of provides answers to a lot of these challenges. So scene graph is designed for verse. If you're going to be using scene graph, it's best to get a good hold of verse. Verse provides the strong type checking and backwards compatibility that scene graph needs to function. So verse provides a lot of really strict guardrails for you to operate between, but it's those strict guardrails that make content strong and make content stable in these experiences. Verse is also backwards compatible, right? So if I publish a really cool piece of code, like, I don't know, Evan's cool city builder code, right? It instantiates a whole city when you run it. And I make it public, and it gets really popular, people download it, and I get bored with the project, and I abandon it. If you come in, and it's like 2030 or something, and you're running verse v5, you download my code, because you're like, oh, this is kind of cool. You start running it, it will run in your level when you import it, because verse has this backwards compatibility guarantee. And that extends to scene graph objects, right? If you have scene graph objects running code, you should be able to have them be backwards compatible, not break when you try and interface with them later in these metaverse experiences. Verse also provides globally shared namespaces, right? So if I write a piece of code and it's public, it exists at some namespace, like evan.brown@epicgames.com/michaelcitybuilder/michaelcitybuilder.verse. And that namespace is unique to me. Content I publish there, we're not going to run into collisions with names. Whichever one of you makes the first like tycoonbuilder.verse file is not going to have ownership over that name forever. You will be able to share it, and you will be able to try other people's code without running into these namespace collisions. Verse is also transactional, which is honestly one of its biggest superpowers. Anything that you do in Verse creates these transactional contexts where if something goes wrong, you try and access an array out of bounds, or you try and dereference a null pointer, you run into some issue, that entire transaction can be rolled back. It never gets added to the heap. It doesn't break your game when that happens. All of this gets rolled back. Your content keeps running. Your island keeps staying on. I have an example here, right, where this grant team weapon function, it takes a player, and it gets their team by getting the play space, getting the team collection, getting the team for that player. All of those function calls are failable, and if an error occurs at any one of them, this entire context gets rolled back. It doesn't break your experience. Everything keeps chugging along smoothly. And then ultimately, Verse is designed to be easy to learn and easy to use. A lot of things that are traditionally quite difficult in other programming languages or serve as big barriers to entry, such as memory management, multi-threading, even multiplayer networking, Verse provides the ability for you to just get up and get started. You write a piece of Verse code, you drag it out as a Verse device into your level, you hit play, you invite all your friends, okay, you're already playing a multiplayer game with said code, right? So I talked about Verse and Verse components, but let's take a look at one real quick. Because I think this illustrates a lot of what SceneGraph can do that you previously would have a lot of trouble doing with a device-driven setup. So here we have this custom Verse component. In onBegin simulation, we find each entity in the scene with a light component. We query the simulation entity, which again is that top-level entity in the scene. Every single other entity is under it. We then call find descendant entities with component, passing the light component. So we return every single entity in the scene with a light component. Then we create a new particle system component named VFX of type blowing particles. What's blowing particles? Well, actually, it's a custom VFX asset that we expose to Verse through our assets file. We then set it up and add it to the entity with the add components call and then enable it, right? And even though this is a super simple looking example, right? It's not that many lines of code. It's kind of important to think about what we're doing here, right? We're searching literally every single object in the scene, right? We're not differentiating whether it's a creative object. We're not differentiating whether it's a creative device or a decal or a Lumen Exposure Manager or some other thing. We're searching through every single entity in the scene, finding them all based on some unified standard, that being whether or not it has a light component, creating a new object, and then attaching it to that entity. And not even really attaching it, we're making it a part of said entity by instantiating it as a component. This is really, really, really hard to do with devices and really, really annoying. But this unlocks a lot for you in terms of your ability to manipulate and query and just customize the way that you interface with data. So, okay. That's a lot about theory. I've done a lot of talking so far, but let's get to the meat and potatoes of this. So I'm going to take you on a bit of a sample SceneGraph journey. First, we're going to build a game the devices way, traditionally in UEFN. And then we're going to build it again this time, but with SceneGraph. So I'm going to take you guys back to the far off year of last year. So we, on the programmer writers team, whenever a new feature comes in, we try and make example content for it. And our thought process at the time is like, wow, SceneGraph is new. Oh my God, there's so many new tools to work with. You're telling me we can instantiate objects that run their own verse code dynamically? That's insane. And so our guiding principle whenever these things happen is, all right, what's the very first thing a user would try to make? So thought about it for a little bit and settled on, let's build a platformer. Why a platformer? Well, I think a platformer illustrates a lot of SceneGraph's biggest strengths, a lot of its best potentials, because of the simplicity of it. So when you think about a platformer, right, player spawns, they have to get to some end goal, navigate a series of obstacles. At its absolute most simple, an obstacle could be something like a platform over a pit. It's an object in the world that has a transform, so it knows where it is, and it has a mesh. And what's that? Ultimately, it's an entity with a transform component and a mesh component. And so by saving that as a prefab, you can instantiate these platforms all over your world, all over your game, copy it a bunch of times. Okay, you made a platformer in 5 minutes. What if you want that platform to do something else? You don't want it to be static, you want it to move. Okay, just go to each platform you want to exhibit that behavior, add a movement component. Now, suddenly you've got moving platforms. What if you want them to damage the player when they stand on it? Okay, add some sort of damage player component. Maybe they explode, maybe they spawn NPCs. All these things are possible through adding components, through adding behaviors. You don't have to make specific verse devices for each of these. You can just add them on the fly and then save them as prefabs to build very quickly. So we get quick iteration, easy scalability, dynamic gameplay. We can also spawn these things at runtime. Again, I really want to emphasize this fact because this is something that's really, really crazy. With each of these prefabs, if they're running verse code, if at runtime, let's say I'm walking along, I step on a switch, I want to spawn a set of platforms in front of me that move back and forth. I can spawn these prefabs and they'll start running verse code immediately, going back and forth. I don't need to create a device in the level. I don't need to assign editables to it. It just happens. So, like I said, we're going to build it with devices first and then tackle it with scene graph. So let's list some requirements. So I want platforms. I want them to move to some position over some amount of time. I want them to rotate and scale appropriately as they move. I want them to be able to go forwards, backwards, loop repeatedly. I need different movement modes. I want them to speed up, slow down, wiggle all around, do all these sorts of things. So, okay, well, we thought about it for a little bit and realized, oh wait, we already wrote this. So if you haven't looked at the documentation in a bit, this is a screenshot from the animating prop movement tutorial in UEFN. This is using the Fall Guys template island because we wanted to show off that island, but we also wanted to show off how creators could use animations to move objects, right? If you've tried to move objects before, say with move to or teleport to, it gets kind of a little jittery, like type of movement, especially if you're running on a loop, for instance, if you have an object following the player. And so we figured, okay, we have this tutorial. It already shows off a lot of the best strengths of making a platformer and doing animations. So we'll redo it in scene graph for a super duper easy lift. And I'll show you quick right here, a video of what the original looks like. So we have our being who spawns. That's me. We get to this first set of platforms. They're using animations to move back and forth between two different targets. We go up, we go to the next set. These ones are using rotations. They're spinning. We clear that. We get to this next one. This one's modifying the transform component, transform scale to scale up and down. We get to the end. This one's using both rotation and movement at the same time. Clear the final obstacle, get to the end, big thumbs up, we got it. So, how does this actually look in verse right now? So before even starting, it's kind of important to think, those platforms I'm moving, right? How am I doing that? Well, those are creative props, and creative props don't really have any data, right? They are objects that exist in the world, but they're not something that can run verse code. So instead, I need to create some sort of movable prop class. So I create this movable prop class. It's got the prop to move, a reference to the creative prop in the level, how long it should move for, the type of movement easing, which is that speed up, slow down movement, and then a location to start from and whether it should reset back to the start. Then, animations. I'm not going to get too deep into how animations work in this talk, but the long and the short of it is animations are split into a number of keyframes. Each keyframe says where the object is at some point in time and then how long it takes to get to the next keyframe. So we need to do a bunch of math, linear interpolation to find the end transform. We assemble each of the different keyframe pieces of this animation. Then we add them to an array and play them on the animation controller for that creative prop. But if I assemble this code right now and I hit play, nothing will happen. Why is that? Well, that's because something has to get them moving, right? If I write this code, these movable prop classes just kind of exist out in the ether. They don't really do anything. They don't have a way to interface to their level, and that's why you have to use a verse device. So we have this prop movement initiator that has a reference to all these different animating props. And then when the game begins, it needs to go into each of them, call some setup function to actually get them started and actually get them moving. And this is a very verse device-driven way of looking at things, right? Like I said before, these objects just exist in the level. Creative props don't know how to run verse code. They don't know how to move. And so we need this movable prop class to essentially come in, act as like a giant hand moving a chess piece, pick them up and move them to where they need to go. They can't communicate with each other. They can't share data with each other. If one of them wants to know, okay, how far along is the player in the game, or has a player reached a certain point, so I spawn a bunch of enemies, it doesn't know that because at the end of the day, it's just a creative prop. If something wants to know about the world that it's actually working in, it has to go through the verse device. The verse device is the one that holds all the info. It's a very central model of doing things. And it ends up being a lot. It's quite heavy. So the whole thing ends up being around 400 lines of code. We have to set everything up ahead of time, right? If I want to put a new platform in the level, I have to assign the editables, I have to assign the targets, I have to assign the keyframes, I have to do everything ahead of time. And dynamic manipulation ends up being super, super difficult, or super, super annoying. So say I want to add a platform that moves when the player steps on a switch, right? I have to spawn the prop, I have to spawn the targets it has to move to, I have to create a new movable prop class, I have to assign all the values to that class, I have to generate the keyframes, I have to add them to an array, I have to hit play, but then I also need something else to come in and call that setup function to actually get it moving. It just ends up being a giant pain. It's a lot of work to do things dynamically. And if I want new behaviors, well, that requires new devices. What if I want a platform to, like I said, damage the player when they stand on it for too long? Sure, I could add that functionality to the base class, but that's not really a good design. Instead, I probably want a different verse device or a different type of verse class to come in and do this for me. And so it just ends up being a lot of groundwork to actually get set up and get started. So here's the big draw. What about scene graph? So we're going to take off our UEFN hats right now, our traditional verse device-driven hats, and we're going to put on our scene graph hats. It's time to think like a scene graph dev. So instead of being controlled through a central device, a central system of managing objects in your world, entities should be responsible for themselves. Components that you add to those entities add data and add behaviors that add on to that entity in a compositional way. You also have built-in components, right? You don't need to write your own transform component. You don't need to write your own mesh component. Use built-in components to speed up your development. For example, the keyframe movement component, which we'll get to here, is a way to do keyframe movement in a pretty simple way as compared to what I just showed you. And finally, be dynamic. Like I said, you can spawn these objects that are running verse code during runtime from anywhere, which is insane. So let's take a look at what this looks like in scene graph instead. So here, we have this animate targets component attached to the entity that we're trying to move. I think it means it gets the keyframe movement component from that entity. And then in this example, we defined our own quote unquote segments class just so we could pause at individual points along the animation. And we just loop, we go through each of our keyframes. If we reach a segment, we sleep for a certain amount of time, keep playing. We just loop this over and over and over. And so instead of having to have one verse device that we assign everything to, we just attach this to whatever component, we attach this component to whatever entity we're trying to animate, and then set up the targets in the level for it to move to. And it ends up looking like this. This is a tale of two entities. So what we have on the left here is a boring gray block moving in a boring flat plane, and on the right, we have this entire building that we're moving back and forth. Under the hood, these are literally the exact same thing, right? This is the exact same prefab. It's the exact same collection of entities and components. Each of these has a mesh component, a keyframe movement component, and this animate to targets component that we wrote. And while they're exhibiting similar behaviors, the feeling of this is extremely, extremely different, right? Because entities can be whatever you want, because they're defined by the components you add to them, you're not stuck to just, okay, I have this block and I can move it, right? That block can be anything. You could add lights to it. You could add a damage type script to it. You could have it spawn NPCs or do some other function. That building, right? You can instantiate a whole city of buildings moving like this. Probably shouldn't do that. Your game might run at like 1 FPS and your computer might explode, but you have the ability to do that. Swap out that mesh for the sun if you feel like it. So to really hammer in on this point, I'm going to show you what the process of creating a new platform in the editor in UEFN looks like. And I'm going to show you it in scene graph. So I'm going to have to talk really, really fast because this is sped up by 3x. So here we go. So we copy the platform, we copy the targets for it to move to. We have to correctly position each of the targets and the platform itself. We have to rename the targets so that they're easy to find. We have to rename the platform as well. Then we have to go over to the verse device. We have to create a new entry for the animating prop. We have to assign the platform and each of its different targets, make sure everything's set up correctly, save it, and then we're done. And that whole thing was about 22 seconds. In real time, it's about 1 minute. Now, I'm going to show you the scene graph version of this, and you're going to have to pay a lot of attention because there's a ton going on here. This is really difficult. So I'm going to hit play. So we have this prefab here for moving platforms, and we drag it out into the level. Oh, that's it. And so you can see how you can use this system to just really, really speed up your development. And again, this thing runs verse code. I can spawn that prefab set while the game is going on, and it'll just get up, it'll get moving, it'll get doing what you need it to do when you need it to do it. It's easy. It's fast, it's dynamic, it's reusable. We need no diverse devices in the level. We can dynamically instantiate these things. It's super reusable, it's super customizable. This is a component-driven way of looking at things rather than a verse device-driven way. Components add behavior, they hold data, and this allows them to query each other for information, right? Entities are coordinated as part of a larger, broader scene. They don't exist independently of each other. Since everything's organized under the simulation entity, you can do queries up and down the tree for entities to know things about each other, share data, respond to certain events when things happen. Basically just make a significantly more connected experience than you were able to do so previously. So let's talk about the future here. Now, you might be wondering, okay, Evan, well, you showed me how the platformer looks in UEFN, and that's cool, and then you showed me some verse code, and I mean, that's cool, and scene graph is neat and all, but why didn't you show me the platformer in scene graph? Well, there's a couple limitations to address. So there's still a lot of underlying components that are not yet exposed. We expose things such as transform, mesh, lights, keyframe movement, all these things, and we want to provide you a really strong set of tools to work with. And that tool set is only going to continue to be expanded upon over time. But other key systems, such as physics, are still in the works. This is the reason I didn't show you the platformer. But systems like physics are going to require more work to interoperate, especially with characters. The eventual goal is to have 4 characters be part of this entity and component system, right? It will take time. It will be something that is rolled out slowly over time. But eventually, 4 characters themselves will be entities and act as a series of entities and components. And then another large one is that fab support is still in progress. I know a lot of you guys like to reuse assets either that you've made or that creators have made, and then fab is a really good marketplace for driving your ability to discover said assets. But that'll be coming later. That's actively being worked on. Itemization, which is on our roadmap, is powered by SceneGraph and will be coming later as well. So if there's anything I want you to take away from this talk, other than, okay, I showed you some cool examples, but that's about it, it's instead to start thinking like a SceneGraph dev, right? Saturday is coming up fast. I'm sure faster than some of you even imagined. But there's never been a better time to start thinking like a SceneGraph dev. So remember, an entity can be just about anything. It's just a blank container. You don't have to think of it as like it's some hard-coded block in the world, or it's like an entity is a car, or just some other thing. An entity can be whatever you define it as, because you add components to add data and behaviors to make it what you want. That makes them super simple and super reusable, right? Customize these objects in the way you want, reuse them in the way you want. If you have a prefab you really like, drag it onto the level, copy it a bunch of times, want to change individual ones, just change it at the individual entity level. And then components are applicable to any entity, right? If you write, let's say, a component that spawns guards when the player collides with the entity, or something like that, right? Like maybe you're making a museum heist game. You can apply that component to quite literally any entity in your level, because entities work in this compositional manner. Now, I say components grant data and behaviors, but I do want to emphasize, let your components grant data and behavior. It can be easy to fall back into writing code in this way where you have some central management system that dictates what every other object in your scene does, but Instead, you now have this opportunity to let those objects decide what to do for themselves. You know, let them make their own decisions, let them choose what to do based on the data that's granted to them. Don't have them just be managed by essentially the invisible hand of your giant verse device that floats out here in the ether. But at the same time, don't be afraid to combine what's here with devices and other APIs. Creative devices are still incredibly, incredibly useful, right? I myself know that without mutator zones specifically, I would be lost like a ship in the sea. Don't be afraid to combine what's here with SceneGraph, with those devices, with those other APIs to make the best experience you can. Ultimately, I want you guys to go beyond the SceneGraph. Go beyond what I've shown you here. Go beyond anything I can tell you, either through examples or through docs. I've already seen, frankly, really silly, really ridiculous, really amazing stuff that people have been putting out on Twitter and other social media, even in the SceneGraph's experimental stage. Stuff that I wasn't even imagining was actually possible. Very janky, stuff that breaks the game, but ultimately incredibly, incredibly cool. And I know that whatever you guys make is going to far surpass anything I could imagine. So I'd like to just say thank you to everyone and then open it up to Q&A.